Hello and welcome, everybody. It is Wednesday, 13 May 2026. Setting up now for tonight's shows, starting out with the pre show from Censorship Sucks, all the way to the show. And then we'll do Paranormal Intelligence Agency with Jack Carey later. And then to finish out the night, we have the Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planetta. So y'all won't want to miss out on this. Hope everybody had a great weekend and good start of the week, because got a couple more days, but it's hump day. Got to get over that. We should be up and running here pretty soon. Be calling John and Barry to see how they're doing tonight. What we got. All right, finally got that one connected. And if you missed it, it's Wednesday, 13 May 2026. Still setting up for shows tonight. All platforms are up and running right now. Shows tonight. All right. Take the intro banner down and make the call. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? Good, how you doing?
Doing pretty good here so far.
Good.
It's you. Why not you?
Hey, Barry.
Are you watching?
Hey, Barry.
What do you got in the background going
Yeah.
on? Ooh.
I got nothing, man. What do you got?
Oh, you got a big echo on you. I don't know. Turn your mic down a little bit, maybe.
Oh, hold on. Something's just not right. Oh, I figured it out. I'm not hooked up yet, man.
Huh?
Yeah.
I will be, though, as soon as I plug this USB in. It'll be all good. Here we
I can't
go.
expect them to be all hooked in yet, Mark.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Should be getting there. What's up? Okay. I'm not. What's happening?
That's better now. I don't know what was going on before. I heard some like clanging and
His mic wasn't plugged in.
screeching and yeah, but you know.
We're plugged into the Matrix right now, folks. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now you're in the Matrix. Look out.
I got a question. Have you ever considered using OBS?
Who?
You.
I that's what I've always been using since I started streaming video.
Oh,
So you've heard of it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because it's a free open source type thing for streaming.
And there's a few things that you can get free too on the side to make things more interesting. And
Hey, Mark. Have you ever thought about using Windows?
Barry,
Yeah.
have you?
Hey, Mark, have you ever thought of wearing Depends?
Oh, I'll tell you, I'm close today.
I've thought.
You know, for that-
I've thought
for
I've
that
had to
female-
get those.
Did you know that 33% of all women have leakage?
Oh my God.
That's one of those commercials that you hear on Roku that I just hate. It's like some sort of a Depends type of thing for women, and they're like, "Did you know that 33% of women have leakage?" And I'm like, I don't really want to know that. I'm looking for the mute button. I'm like, stop. And then there was one, of course, it was even worse than that. It was like, take this drug, every tall or something like that. But it does have a side effect. It could cause inflammation to the anus and genitals that could lead to death. And I was like, oh, great. I think that alone would just be enough for me to say, no, I think I'm not going to take that med. Think about it. Inflammation of the genital and anus and can lead to death. That's the exact quote.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
And
the
I'm like-
worst part.
I mean,
death,
if your
right?
anus and genitals are inflamed, you're half dead already.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I never saw that.
Ah boy. You just had to go
Yeah,
there.
that's not good. That's not
You
good.
just had to go there.
You would have to
Well,
go.
You just had to
I
go
mean, yeah. Imagine riding on a bicycle seat. Ooh,
Just walking would be painful, dude.
yeah.
I mean, oh my gosh, dude. Yeah. I mean, the drug commercials are horrible, dude. I mean, they just keep getting worse and worse. And I don't know why people keep pumping themselves full of them.
Yeah. Or why they're allowed to even advertise like that.
I wish they weren't. Isn't RFK trying to get rid of that to where the advertisements, they can no longer advertise?
Yeah, you'd think the drug companies would be for it. I mean, it's like, how many hundreds of billions of dollars a year would they save?
Okay. Here's my thing. If you cannot take and advertise tobacco, why should you be able to advertise drugs that only a
Yeah.
physician can
In
prescribe
a medical
to you?
journal, okay, yeah. You know, if it's like a magazine specifically for doctors,
Right.
then I could see it,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's start
A petition?
a petition for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
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 I mean,
You send it to me and I'll send it in. Okay? I'll submit it.
But the side effects are getting far worse, man. You know it, dude. It's going to be like, hey, it will mask your symptoms, but a third arm will grow out of your back. It's okay. You know, you won't have any control of it, but it will flop around and look like your arm. But hey, don't worry about it.
You know, I've done a bunch of like spoof commercials about stuff like that, like full moon birth control, totem pole, and we give all the crazy, stupid side effects that can happen. Going back and forth in time. It's only good for 12 breaths.
Yeah. Names are funny things. I just got my plumbing done, man, all the way to the city, like I was saying before. And the company that did it was called Half Moon. And when they came up, I was like, man, why Half Moon? I mean, if you're gonna moon somebody, just full moon them.
Do it.
And they all started laughing. They thought it was pretty funny. It's like, why Half Moon? I mean, if you're gonna moon somebody, give them the full Monty. Give them the full moon, man.
you think they'd ever heard that before, though? And we're just like,
I don't think they had.
uh,
It could have been a curse laugh, but it caught them off
Like-
guard. So I doubt it.
Wow.
They thought it was funny. But it is a strange name, Half Moon. Or full moon. It'd be also kind of strange if you think about it. I mean, even if you meant the full moon, people are automatically going to be think full. Someone's giving me the full moon, man. Maybe Half Moon is more politically correct due to the woke agenda. You know what I'm saying? Due to
One cheek or the other, right?
casting. Well, you don't really get any butt cleavage. You just get,
Oh,
So it's more politically correct. What do they call that? What? I've even forgot what the whole woke thing. What? There's a name for that. What is that called?
Woke.
I was kind of distracted.
The whole name for woke. You know, the whole thing with. You know, all of it that comes with that. The Me Too. Yeah, the Me Too movement. That's what it is. Come on, I almost forgot it, dude. It's because I don't even acknowledge it anymore. It's so ridiculous. And why should we? Why should we acknowledge it, man, when it's all just... I mean, it's hilarious that the Holly weirdos are the people pushing the Me Too when that's where all the shenanigans of that kind of stuff goes on. They're the ones that are doing it, and then they're preaching to us, we got to stop it. It's like, okay, go ahead. Start with yourself.
Be right back, guys. Refill time.
Yeah, I need some coffee myself. Anywho, how's your week been so far, man?
Good.
Yeah.
Getting ready to start getting actually really busy up here. Which
Well,
would be nice. It's been dead so far.
Maybe that $4.20 a gallon gas. It's gone up here in Tulsa, man. I think it's $4.20 a gallon now.
Oh wow.
It's a little higher than I like. Huh?
It's probably a bit more here than I haven't been to town in like a week or so.
Yeah. I mean, I can live with it. There's so many other good things happening, economically, so I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I think the Iran war thing's going to come to a close pretty soon, so the gas prices will go back down again. I'm pretty sure of that. But don't tell the black pill, woke right people. They'll lose their marbles, man.
Oh yeah.
Every day with Alex Jones now. I can't even listen to his show. I'm a daily listener for 20 years, and I can't listen to his show right now. It's so obnoxious, dude. It's all black-pilled, all doom and gloom. Everything is bad. Everything is going to, it's the worst ever. I can't. It's so much BS, dude. It's so... In fact, I did listen to about 10 minutes of it today to try to listen to it, and somebody called in. And it was like about midway through the show, and he was saying exactly the things I say about Alex. Like, man, you need to chill out, dude. You've been black-pilled. All you see is the abyss. There's so many good things. You're giving credence to the globalists by acting like this. And he kind of took it. He took it pretty well, but it's like I can't listen to it when all it is just, oh, the globalists this, man, the globalists. And look, I realize there's a threat, but they're losing, dude. They are still losing, even with the Iran war.
Oh, there you are, Blue.
I set off a firestorm on X today with a bunch of my comments. I'm getting thousands of views, which I never get thousands of views on my posts from my comments.
Where?
Here's one of them. I got how many thousands of views? 9,000 views, 22 likes, 32 comments. That's just one, because I set that place on fire today, dude, with just dropping what I think to be truth bombs, and that just sets anybody that's on the opposite side of that, it just sets them off, man. And I was ready for them. I gave them rebuttals, and I tried to have conversations with some of them. Some of them, they don't ever really challenge you with what you say. They just talk nonsense, so I don't waste my time with those people. But also, I set off a bunch of people with the Elon Musk tweet today, because he's pushing that whole pipe dreams. We're going to basically explore the universe. Like, we're going to meet the Klingons. We're going to see new planets and go to new places, and it's going to be wonderful. And then I basically just wrote almost a complete piece as to why that's never going to happen and why it's such a horrible, hideous idea. And that really set people off. But none of them challenged it, because it was all based in science and facts.
Well, if you can ruin this planet, let's go ruin some more.
Well, that's the thing. If you can't manage planet Earth, which is literally the only known planet in the universe that we know of that's lush and has life and oxygen,
that they allow
there ain't no
us to
way
know, most
You're ne-
likely.
you're never going to master some dead planet out in the dense blackness of space. It's just not going to happen. And they have no idea what that even means. If you're born in space, you're most likely going to die at 40. Around 40 years old is going to be your maximum age. You're going to be miserable probably from your 20s and above because none of your organs develop properly because you're in space without gravity. You're never going to experience the sun. You're never going to experience running. I mean, these people, they don't even understand what it means to be in space scientifically. And Elon should know that because he's supposed to be so smart.
Well,
So they don't know.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of miserable people on Mars when it first goes down. The first 100,000 people are going to be like half happy, half hating it.
They'll be the best. They'll be the best though because they'll arrive when they're 40 and 50. So they'll just die at 65 or 70. They'll still but those that are born on the planet, your body is not designed for space. You will spend most of your time just hooked up to machines, getting rid of the toxins, the radiation that your body's going to be endured with. I mean, it's I mean, I could go over all the details, but it's
it
you're not
your DNA
you're,
just to go to space. All right, so when you take and get to another planet, if we have humans that have kids there, they're not going to be the same kind of humans that we are. They might be able to interbreed with us, but they're not going to be the same kind of humans.
Sweet. As long as we can interbreed, I'm cool.
Yeah, that's all I'm worried about.
If they can breed,
I practiced quite a bit. I have 7 kids. What's a few more to help Mars out or wherever, So long as Elon's paying my child support, I'm fine. What do you think of that?
I mean, you have to realize that a child's skeleton is never going to. It's not going to like fully mineralize. Their heart stays small and inefficient. Their lungs remain shallow, so the breathing is going to be horrible. The cosmic radiation will fracture their DNA. It'll leave their immune system entirely glitchy. So when you go to the doctor, you're not going to be going to the doctor to get well. You're going to you're going to go to the doctor to see how your organs are upholding and how much longer you have to live. That's what you go to the doctor for if you're in space. So they'd have no clue. And they know this, but they're like, oh, we'll figure it out. Bullshit. I don't believe it. And I hate to be like the guy that rains on the parade because we've seen Star Trek, and that's just science fiction, dude. It's not reality. Just because we saw it in a movie so we can make it real. No, that's not how it works. I wish it was. Now, they did come up with the communicator. I mean, but traveling to space is a little bit bigger than coming up with the communicator.
Anything that, like Bigelow said, anything that's out there that we've seen on TV, that science fiction is actually fact. And actually, if E.T. got stranded here, we can take him home, according to Bigelow. So,
another problem they have is
apparently they figured out how to fix those things.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Nobody challenged me on any of the facts that I gave. Nobody.
But, you're not going to get that.
Well, I'm getting thousands of views. I'm sure that maybe even Elon noticed that, dude. And that's not like chump views, when I'm writing stuff. But, of course they can say that, but can they back it up? I mean, you better figure it out before you go. If you think, we'll figure it out once we get there.
Yeah.
How's that work out?
Exactly. But, just saying.
And look, I mean, if they want to dream that dream, that's...
According to reports and that, they do have the med beds from, that are Star Trek style. You put people in them and they get better through,
osmosis.
Well, I don't know if it's osmosis or if they're using, frequencies and other
Vibration.
lasers and things like that within the bed, to take and knock out certain pathogens and things like that. Don't know.
You-
But
You're never gonna.
according to
You're never.
sources, that's a real thing, and I don't like. But
Well, they say all kinds of things. Scientists say. I mean, they say. I mean, they think this is a simulation. It's not real. It's that we're basically just computer part of a computer program. And look, some of the smartest people in the world. One of the guys that created string theory, one of the 11 scientists that created that. He said he was an atheist until he discovered that the universe and the earth and everything has such order. It functions like is the key word, like a like a matrix. You know what I'm saying? But he says it's not a matrix. It's actually very real, but it functions like a matrix. And so there is that analogy there. There is that comparison there. But it's because it's so finely tuned that it seems like it's like a matrix. And then what we're doing is we're echoing that by copying it with computers, which is artificial. But what we're experiencing.
All right, fuck. All right, Blue got out. Didn't want Blue to get out right now, but whatever.
But anyway, man, I'm just going to keep hammering what I know to be true, or at least what I believe to be true. And people, if they want to believe, I tell them, go ahead, believe your pipe dream. Go ahead. You're not going to experience it in your life, and if you do, you're not going to want to go to Mars. You're certainly not going to want to be one of the first ones that go, because that's a dead end trip. But if you want to believe but I think personally, man, all this money that's being put into NASA and into space, they could put it into things that could make this world. The first thing I would do is I would turn all the trash into energy, because you can do that. It's not even that expensive.
Well,
it's more expensive.
That's what a class type 1 civilization does. And if we can do that, and we started doing that, we'd be on our way to that next level.
Free energy. There's so many things we could do if greed wasn't standing in the way. And I raised some questions, and I got some pretty good responses back. And they were asking Grok questions about the things that I said. And one of the things that one guy said, he goes, well, how much money is actually spent on Earth and how, on making the Earth better, and how much is actually spent on space? And I said, dude, it's more complicated than that, because you can have billions of dollars going into causes, but nothing's getting fixed or done right, and there's laundering of money. So you have to ask the question correctly. You can't just say how much money, because you could spend trillions of dollars, as we well know, and nothing get done. Look at California as a perfect example.
Well, here's another thing, too. We know more about space than we know about our oceans. Okay? So, take some of that and start exploring the oceans. If they really want to take and do something really cool, take and check out, use those robots that they're going to put up wherever, and have them go down under the ocean floor, and that's where you discover stuff, right? It could be the biggest giant fish in the world that ever was, and discover the giant megalodon once again. But who knows?
I just know that the current people in the places of the most important power right now are never going to do anything to fix anything. We have to get those people out of power. We have to vote them out. We have to put in people that actually want to be real pioneers. I don't believe going to space is being a pioneer. I believe that being a pioneer is fixing this planet that has potential like nothing. There's nothing even comparable that we know of, not even remotely. And yet we want to go to space. And then they go, well, asteroids coming, it's all going to be destroyed. Well, okay, I'd rather just us all be destroyed than go live on Mars. When it's over, man. But no doubt there will be. And another thing is, for a fact, dude, that none of those people that keep saying we got to do it, and they're just like you and me, they're just ordinary people. They're never going to be the ones that they allow go to Mars, dude. If the Earth becomes uninhabitable for whatever reason, we'll be the last people that get to go to Mars. We won't even get to go, because they'll go, we're the problem. we're going to escape you people. And they'll say we're the ones that ruined the earth when it was actually them that did it.
Well, that's why they dig those bunkers so deep, Barry.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess some of them either want to go underground or to space, just escape. They basically just want to escape. Personally, I look at it this way, and this is just my opinion. When it's over, man. When that fat lady is singing, it's done for, and I'm okay with that because I'm just, I'm just fleeting anyway. I'm here temporarily, just like all of us. So if it happens, it happens. Nothing you can do about it. But if by some chance they're able to, I wish them well. I wish them well on planet Mars or Moon or wherever they go.
Oh.
Right, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ate a steak the size of my face yesterday, and I'm still feeling it.
I ate some nachos the size of my face yesterday, and I felt it then, but not today. It's pretty good though, man. I made my own salsa too. Oh, loved it.
Nice. I cooked mine on the grill. Well, actually over wood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grill it up, man.
Yeah.
It's that time of the year.
It is.
It is. And I think you need to get that smoker out as well. Start smoking that pork and that beef.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Slow cook that baby.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
I want to get a new grill. Actually, not a grill. I want to get a new smoker. That's what I want.
There you go.
That way I can do that, 2 whole briskets in there or some briskets on the top, and then have down on the bottom rack there's some pork ribs or something like that.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, got to do it, right?
I bought some chicken specifically to grill out this week. So I haven't grilled chicken. I mean, I like to grill steak more, but the chicken was half price, so I bought it.
Yeah,
Chicken breast.
I'm not big into chicken. Now turkey.
It's pretty good on the grill, though. You got to admit, chicken
I'll do
on the
some
grill is
turkey,
different.
man. I love turkey. I just don't like chicken.
Even on the grill.
Really?
Even on the grill.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, come on. Okay, my first wife would have chicken like 3 or 4 times a week. I'm like, and then I just got sick of it after that. And then when I started this diet, I started eating chicken again. I'm like, oh my God, now I know why I didn't want to go back to eating chicken again. I'm like,
You can get so burned out on chicken, man. During the shamdemic,
I mean, you can only eat chicken so many different ways. All right, but now I don't know. That's just not me,
Yeah, well, I try to mix it up, dude. If I can, but steak is expensive.
I like
steak is really expensive right now.
Yeah.
And I was buying it like pretty regularly, and then I jacked up in price, and I just said I can't afford that, man.
No, I would
$14
rather eat duck. I actually prefer to eat duck over chicken. But the way I like to eat duck is I like it deep fried.
Have you had bat soup from Wuhan?
No, and I'm not going to try that.
I've seen those videos where they're eating the soup and the bat's just head sticking out. I'm like, how could you eat that, dude, with that bat looking right at you in the face, and then start biting on that bat?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Just like Ozzy, okay, back in the day.
We have bats in Oklahoma, and so when I'm on my jog, just in my neighborhood, they're flying like right above me every now and then, and it's like weird.
I think they found a new bat species up in your area too, didn't they? Recently? No,
I think that's a mosquito.
It was Michigan. Sorry, Michigan. Not
a new
Oklahoma.
Mosquito species.
That could be too.
I think they said 500,000 people now have.
About a minute. We're going to switch over. All right. So
All right, I'm going to turn on the AC.
What do we got
Wait.
tonight, John? You got a lot of headlines for us tonight? Well, he's gone. Got tired of us hearing talking about Mars and space, I guess, Barry. All right. Well, I'm going to close this one out and start the next one. This has been a pre-show for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Coming up is the real show. We'll start at the top of the hour. Look out, cats, dogs, kids, curtain climbers, and crumb beggars.
Howdy.
Hey there. Welcome back.
Yep.
Here we go. All set on the OBS.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
I have like a 20-second video, John, if we can slip it in sometime, maybe during the second hour. Real breaking news. It's King Charles announcing the wonderful and most beautiful digital ID for the world.
For the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for their country anyway. But it's definitely a global thing.
I've definitely got some UK stories up, so we'll slip that right in there with those.
Yeah, exactly. I wish that we had video, though, because, man, if you see the video of the audio that I'm playing, he looks so ridiculous, dude. He's got this
You could
ridiculous...
share that if you like, because we do have video. So if you want, you can do that, you know. But remember, you have to share the video with the sound.
Yeah, don't mess with that now.
I'm not going to do anything.
Do that another time when we, on pre-show, so we can check it.
But he looks ridiculous and he sounds
30
ridiculous.
seconds, fellas.
It's just outrageous. He's so out of touch.
I might have to mute to talk to somebody for like 30 seconds, so if you see me on mute, just keep talking.
Okay, here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for May 13th, 2026, Wednesday night. And boy, is there a lot of stuff going on in the world. Barry, you're keeping up on it all?
I'm trying to, man. I'm honestly kind of bored with, everything is headline news now. It's a headline story. It's over sensationalized, everything is. And I just want to look at the stuff that really matters. That's really what I care about most.
Oh, wow. You're putting me on the spot there.
Well, I mean, we do have to cover the news, even if it is a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Trivial.
Well, Donald Trump went to China today. And that's a big story. It's always a big story when a U.S. president goes to China. There's a lot that could happen on a trip like that. From them just straight up deciding to abduct him out of nowhere in the middle of the trip to major peace events occurring or trade unions and whatnot. And with everything happening in Iran, I think I think we should hope for some pretty tangible results from this that we will see immediately, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about what's going on over there and what the meeting's going to be really all about. And I certainly don't think things are as bad as people have tried to make it, but we'll see, won't we?
Yes, we will. There's some, positive news, word leaking out so far from what I've seen, but we'll get there. We'll find out what's all happening here. And sorry, I'm just scanning with this. He will have multiple meetings with Xi on Thursday and Friday. The U.S. envoy was greeted by officials during an elaborate welcoming ceremony that included about 300 Chinese youths waving U.S. and China hand flags, military honor guards, military band, and so on and so forth. I saw a comparison between this and when Obama went to China a number of years ago and like nobody met him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Interesting, side of the coins. They respect Trump. You give them that, right? World leaders respect the guy for being a serious leader who, you don't want to mess with, right?
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree, man. I think we are definitely more revered, respected. Nobody really from another nation is going to respect a weak leader like an Obama, a weak leader like Biden, a weak leader like Kamala would have been had she won.
Yeah, it's hard to, They go out there and say this and that, but at the end of the day, they're going to give in to everything. They really want that globalist world. Hillary Clinton fought like crazy to get the Pacific trade agreement going, which would have just handed so much of our power over to China, over the entire trade organization happening. And it was like an EU, but for the Pacific Rim, from Australia, right up through China, over to America, Mexico, et cetera, et cetera. And it was a disaster. It was another one of those situations where, the tribunal, the people who run it could set laws that dictated what you had to do and couldn't do as a country, much like is occurring in Europe right now, where they're not really making their laws on a country-by-country basis anymore. Most of them are being made in Brussels by a group of, quote-unquote, semi-elected, representatives, quote unquote, that are looking out for the people's quote unquote best interests and end up just screwing the pooch on everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's no surprise, man. If you even go back to Obama, it's always about America has to give up a lot for the greater global community, right? And so their goal is not to bring up and elevate America and the rest of the world with it. It's to bring America down to the level of the rest of the third world.
Exactly. Equalize everything so then nobody's special. Nobody has more power than any other country when it comes to the UN, right? It's just everybody kind of goes in there and they all vote and it's all equal because nobody's really got a bigger seat at the table, even though their economy is 50 times larger and they actually, have a semblance of normal people in the country who understand how the world works, i.e. America.
That's definitely how they pitch it. Like it's all going to be this wonderful world equality and peace. But then when they tried to initiate these things over the years, you had many different nations like Africa saying, wait a minute, we're not so sure we want to be a part of the quote unquote new world order because we're not sure our voice is equal. Because the whole thing is really, it's a power grab under the guise of equality, under the guise of world peace, under the guise of, this utopia that's never going to come. And these are the very people that have stirred up all the problems for decades and decades.
Yeah. Global warming, somehow it's a massive problem here in the United States, even though we've done more than any other country combined, I would say, to lower our emissions. America's in a fabulous place when it comes to how we're treating our CO2 footprint on the planet. It's pretty incredible what we've done, yet we are the bad guys. You look at countries that are building, one coal power plant every month, like China is, or India, and they get nothing. They're fine. Keep building. It's just we have to punish America the most because. We can't have plastic straws in some states. And if you look at the rivers that lead into the Pacific coming out of America, especially on the West Coast, they're pristine. They're brilliant. even the Mississippi or whatever you want to point to, they're pretty pristine rivers that travel through our countrysides. They're not so filled with plastic that it's, just sending islands of plastic out into the sea like India does, like China does. You can walk across giant rivers, the Ganges. Go to India, walk across the Ganges. It's doable in places.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the reflecting pool when Obama fixed it, and everybody was like, "It's nice, but it'd be nice if it was like transparent and not brown." And then Trump just come in recently and fix it, and now it's as clear as transparent blue water.
Well, he's trying to. It should have taken 2 weeks, but somebody put up another lawsuit, injunction, whatever, that prevents him from proceeding. Stop immediately. He was gonna, or he is in the process of painting a third of it or whatever blue. So far, a third of it. Painting obviously the whole thing when he can get the green light to go ahead with it again. But these organizations out there just want to kill anything like that. When it would probably look beautiful. I'm sure they've done some renderings of the way it is now versus the way it could be, and it could be a beautiful pond, versus kind of this mosquito nest.
Yeah. They claim to be the ones that are all about preserving the planet, and all the things that they do, from spraying tons of pesticides to wars to geoengineering to so many chemicals, like 80,000 chemicals they've created that are synthetic. Many of them are carcinogenic. So they not only don't even care about the planet, the Democrats, they don't even care about humanity. And I'm not saying the Republicans do a whole lot either care so much about the planet, but it's like calling the kettle black. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they just need to stop while they're ahead, because they're hypocrites, dude. They're liars. They're con men, and it's got to stop, man. I think people are waking up to it. I just don't think they're buying the green scam anymore.
I think the Republican Party is a little more honest about it. You know what I mean? The Democrats will look you in the face and say, we can solve this if you just are willing to be taxed at a high enough level. We can do this, right? Whereas the Republicans are like, hey, man, no matter what we tax you, we're really never going to fix this. We have to have fossil fuels. It's just part of life. If you want to live in the dark and walk to work and back every day, you can, make your imprint down to zero. But it's just not realistic. And we look at it and say, yeah, it's not realistic. Whereas you got the other side of the coin saying, zero emissions today. Let's go to zero emissions right now. Otherwise, it's genocide and you're killing my family and I lost my childhood.
Yeah. I think the whole green scam is just that, like Trump says, it's a scam. I mean, I don't think carbon is a pollutant. I think there are pollutants going up into the atmosphere, and that should be somewhat curtailed and controlled. But they don't even want you to burn firewood, man. I mean, these people on the left are nuts, completely nut jobs. And when you say they want you to give stuff up, they want you to give everything up for the planet, for Gaia, because they worship Gaia. They worship Mother Earth.
Yeah. Switching to electric stoves is a great example of just a complete, it makes no sense. It's so much better to have a gas stove. It's so much better to, and again, then they'll say to you, you can't, like you said, burn wood in your fireplace. All wood burning fireplaces need to be decommissioned, right? Like it's a gun or something. We got to block it off and put mortar in there and make it so it can never be used again. It's just decorative now. Can I put gas in it? No, that's even worse. That's worse. That's natural gas. That's a fossil fuel. You can't burn that. But it's clean.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it. Why not?
And then the solutions they offer, they don't do anything. They don't fix anything. And many times they're worse than the problem before they did anything. You know what I'm saying? Like the batteries. Like you have battery vehicles. They use more carbon emissions to get that accomplished than, say, what we're doing with fossil fuels. So it's all a hoax, man. I'm pretty sure that most people realize that at every level. And if you doubt that, look at all these data centers, some that are like 68 square miles in size that will use, more electricity than an entire large metropolitan city. And so we're going to be like doubling our electrical grid, and they don't have a problem with that. It's okay. It's okay. What happened to the green scam? What happened to the carbon emissions? They all of a sudden that's not a big talking point because we got to build these data centers. And what are those data centers going to do once they're built all over the United States? Talk about being able to put down a surveillance grid like you can't even imagine. That whole grid will be part of a surveillance grid if we ever allow them to do that.
Yeah, I think it was the mayor of Seattle recently was talking about they can't have lights, cameras on the streets because Trump could potentially take them over and target the homeless people or immigrants, right? Illegal immigrants. You could use the cameras, take them over, but then they'll put a data center right up the road that has a billion times more potential to do anything like that than a couple cameras down Main Street.
Exactly. I think that they think that they've dumbed down the masses so dramatically that they have a short-term memory, and maybe some Americans do, but a lot of us, we don't forget stuff the stupid stuff they say. No, we enjoy it because we love to mock it. There's nothing better than to mock their stupidity and their ignorance.
Yeah, speaking of, let's jump into the Senate here because Rand Paul brought in an active CIA employee named James Erdman, who testified in the Senate today that in August 21, the intelligence community was prepared to determine that COVID-19 pandemic likely began as a leak from the Chinese lab. But days later, Dr. Anthony Fauci injected himself into the conversations and the discussions and all of it and changed it so that it became the Wuhan bat virus that came from the soup, the famous Wuhan bat soup. So here we are, running up against the statute of limitations for a lot of this stuff, and we've got them, man. We've got the testimony left and right. We've got all kinds of whistleblowers. We've got evidence. Fauci looks guilty to me. Where's the trials? Where is it? What's going on here?
Well, we may have those sealed indictments. I forget the state. I could bring it up after the break. And there are two high-ranking people that have been indicted. That was something we talked about a couple of weeks ago. And we don't know who they are, but it's widely believed one of the people is Fauci. So maybe that's why he wasn't indicted just the other day, which was the last day you could have indicted him, right? Because the statute of limitations runs out. So, and then also Peter Daszak, I think, was the other person that they're assuming, and this is just alleged, of course, and assumption. It's not a fact yet, but they will unseal it at some point in time. And I would imagine it would be at a very, crucial and critical time when they do that. It'll be the timing, I think, is important.
Yeah, it is. But this is one of those things where, James Comey, they went after him and dropped some indictments on him. There might be something associated with all this and involved with him as well, right? Who knows? It's wide open territory to speculate on how many of these people were involved with this big of a scam foisted on the American people, to turn this around. And now they've got this, the hantavirus?
Yeah.
That is the next big thing everyone should lock down immediately.
Yeah. It's funny. I think it was last week you were joking around we both were joking around about The Simpsons sort of predicting the future. And turns out they episode on hantavirus too.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Hantavirus has always been out there. Isn't that what was the actor that recently passed away and his wife, I think, died as well with him in the same house in New Mexico? And the hantavirus was blamed for that. Who is that?
Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman. Yeah. Yeah. Hantavirus is a thing.
Yeah. And I think you're right. The Simpsons, I guess they've done enough episodes with all the different possible scenarios that eventually they're probably going to hit right every now and then, because it is astonishing the things that kind of happen after the fact, sometimes 10 years later or even more. I mean, how long has The Simpsons been going on? Is it in syndication now, or do they still have fresh episodes?
I don't know. I haven't never heard of them being canceled though. You'd think if they canceled The Simpsons, it would be like it'd take a year to do it. You know what I mean?
There'd be protests.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be everywhere for like a year and a half. It'd be the biggest event in the world for them to do the last episode of The Simpsons. But we'll see. It is what it is. Those guys are funny, and they've done so many episodes that just go out there on a limb that they've ended up predicting a lot of things. How many of them were like CIA plants, and how many were just coincidence? Probably a good mix of the both. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Get a call from someone in the CIA and says, "Hey, it'd be funny if you did an episode like this where so and so is the antagonist and Hantavirus takes everyone down, and date it 2020, I don't know, 6. How's that sound?"
Yeah, I mean the CIA does work with Hollywood. And with the script as part of it. Not just the script, but they also help them. If they're playing a part in the actual script, they'll work with them even more so to help them get the equipment. Because you can't just be getting military tanks and all kinds of equipment easily. But if you have their help and you're willing to maybe punch in a little bit of propaganda, then you get a little bit of free extras, and it makes your movie that much more realistic. You don't have to do it all with animation or 3D.
Yeah, there's some interesting examples of that out there that I've seen documented in the past where certain movies just weren't touting the government line, and so they really got no help, and if they did, it was at exorbitant prices. Whereas others, like the new Top Gun movie, was just, they're like, "Oh, you're doing a sequel? Yeah, what do you want? Come on down. We'll just give you jets, everything. You want an aircraft carrier for a week? You got it."
Mm-hmm. And it depends on who's the president too, right? If it's a Biden, then it can't be too pro-America, right? It's going to be more China. But if it's Trump's presidency, they're going to be like, "Oh yeah, as long as it's pro-America," which I'm all for, man.
Well, I mean, that first Top Gun movie put like Navy enlistment through the roof. It was just it was like the best advertising they could ever have.
Yeah.
I imagine Mark probably pictured himself like Iceman before he signed up for the Navy.
Yeah,
I was in the Air Force.
Air Force. Why do I always think you're in the Navy?
I don't know.
Dog?
That's Jackets in the Navy, not me.
I think of the Navy with more airplanes, kind of thing. So when I think of the Air Force, I go to Navy because
I was around bombers and missiles more than jet fighters.
Well, remember the movie Red Dawn with Patrick Swayze?
Yeah, sure.
When the remake came out, and I believe it was under a Democrat president at the time, they made them change the bad guys from China to somebody else.
Yeah. I think it was like North Korea and Kakistan or something.
No, Cuba.
They put some...
Cuba, Russia, and China. 3 of them came in.
And now we're finding out how more and more people that are Democrats are aligned with China. We've been saying that for the longest time. There was that one congressman that was actually, he admitted to being a spy for China.
Oh, yeah. Swalwell.
No, there's a new guy, another guy just came out, man. Guilty.
Well, he was banging Fang. And then you've got the mayor of Arcadia in California who just, quit her job and is in all kinds of trouble for being a Chinese spy.
It may have been a mayor. It might have been a mayor, but the person admitted to being a Chinese spy. So how many Chinese spies do we have? Of how many American traitors that are Chinese spies do we have in America? And if anybody needs to be deported, it's them. But I think they should be tried and indicted and arrested before being deported. That's just my opinion. I'd rather see them rotting in jail for treason being deported. And
they would gut many of our Ivy League universities if you did that.
I would think so, because that's the rumor, that's the scuttlebutt, is that they're placed in academia like you would not believe. And why else is the communist agenda so popular in college? They're not being taught to love and respect freedom in America. And why would you hate freedom? What kind of a mindset do you have to have? I mean, it's a brainwashed mindset for sure. But how do you even get to that place? Doesn't your natural intuition tell you that you don't want to be enslaved? You don't want to be a communist slave. a fascist, communist slave. You want to be a free person in a free America. You want to have free speech and the freedom to move about and not have to be under surveillance and always questioning and being, patted up and down to see if, you got something on you, guilty before even any evidence showing so.
Yeah, the social credit score, It's like that Dark Mirror episode where they have a social credit score. And if your score goes too low, you can't get stuff, It's it's an incredible episode if you've ever seen that, Barry.
I've seen a lot of them. I'm not sure if I've seen that exact one, but I've seen plenty of shorts. I've seen the Dust. Have you seen the DUST Dust shorts on YouTube and on Roku? A lot of them deal with the dystopian possible future, and there's a lot of similar stories just like that. And they're usually like 30 minutes, sometimes an hour long. And they're 20 minutes, and they're good, man. Really good.
I'll look that up after the show. That sounds really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
But it's a story about this girl. She's trying to get to a wedding, and just every step she takes along the way, her day just starts going bad. And as it goes worse and worse, her social credit score just goes through the floor. And she's like, to the point where she's not even invited to the wedding anymore. Like, you have a social score of 300. I can't even have you here. What are you doing?
Yeah. And then you become demonized by your peers, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like double whammy.
In that in that example, everything you get in life, your apartment, your car, she's got an electric car and she's trying to charge it, but she's got a low credit rating, so she can't get the good plug. So she gets some old plug that barely works, and it takes her 5 times longer, and then she's all ticked off, and someone comes along and she snaps at them, so she lowers her score again, and on and on and on.
Oh, yeah.
You have one bad day and you're done.
Once you're down 3 or 4 levels, the next level is just like a slippery slope, quick slope downwards.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dystopian future that's out there for anybody who wants to grab it. But again, you can move to China, the most advanced country in the world. You go to some of the big Class A cities, the Tier 1 cities, I think they call them, in China, and, you're going to be blown away by many, many things. It's not like America. You don't even think you're on Earth anymore. It's really, but it comes with a lot of that dystopia, the fact that they displaced so many millions of people, just pick them up and move them into these towers and force them into different lifestyles that they may have never chosen if they were given the opportunity, all kinds of things like that. You can't really, to a large degree, under communism, dictate your own future and your own plans and where you want to live and how you want to be, and if you want to be free. And like you say, Barry, just be free. Where do you want to live? Do you want to live in the mountains? Do you want to live on the beach? Do you want to live in a city? Do you want to live in the country? Do you want to live on a ranch? Make your life what you want it to be in America. In communism, not so much.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're making everybody in America feel incapable and helpless so that they can learn to have dependency in the future and welcome that basic chump change income. And I know we're running out of time, so I'm done.
Yeah, we're totally out of time. Well, let's go to break, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break.
I knew we were there, but I was pretty confident I could slip that little side note in.
Yeah.
When you pause, so.
Yeah, I paused and then looked up and you started talking, and right then I realized I was over. I was like, oops.
Okay.
But it was only like 3 seconds, so nothing in the world.
Yeah, we're good.
I let Brent go way over last week.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab some water. What, we got 3 minutes?
Something like that.
We got about 4.
Okay.
Go quick. No David Hogg today.
No.
I was surprised. He didn't sound too good on Sunday. I mean, he sounded a little rough.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing all right.
Well, he hasn't been able to do the show in a couple of years, really.
Yeah.
A year now.
Yeah.
So he's that's a good test, I mean, I think he enjoyed that about as much as anything he did.
Yeah.
If he could do it, he would.
But boy, he cranks out a lot of music, that's for sure. Oh boy. I'm not sure if he's using a phone or laptop when he does it, though. Comes up with some really good ones. Yeah. It's been really nice the last couple days here. Hope it stays nice over the weekend, which, since Victoria will be here, it probably won't be. It usually rains when I have her. I don't know why. Or the weather gets all messy.
Right.
But, that just means she gets to stay closer to me.
My flag is taking a beating right now.
Your flag?
Yeah. It's really windy, so it's knocking it all over the place, and I need to move its location so it's like on some fresh wood where it hasn't been in it. The same screw holes for 3 years getting rained in. I just got to move it over.
I bought a purse today.
Oh, you did? Good for you. Is it pretty?
It's very pretty. Has a dog on it.
Oh, that's so cute. You should put a dog in your purse that has a dog on the purse.
Yeah.
That would be so cute.
A teacup.
It's one of those shoulder straps. It's gonna be very wonderful. I'm gonna love sporting that thing around.
It's a man purse.
Oh, you had to go there. Come on.
No, I actually bought
It's
it.
European, dude.
Come on. At least you didn't say, hey, I got a fanny pack.
But all those hard gangster rappers, they carry those purses around, right? They got their Gucci purses. And what's the one, Will Smith's son, Jaden Smith? He's got that giant, it looks like a birdhouse that he carries around.
Yeah, okay. Anyways.
Just advertising your
30
mental
seconds,
issues.
fellas.
I just wanted to let you know I bought a purse today. I didn't say why. I just, I thought it was important, man. I thought it was newsworthy.
All right, well,
Well,
you say it's newsworthy. It's newsworthy.
Why you always gotta be giving me a hard time, man?
Anyways, look out. Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you guys are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, covering all the big news that's going on here, May 13th, Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. During the break, we just had some breaking news. Barry bought a purse today. You said this was newsworthy, and you wanted to bring it up, so let's bring it up. You said you bought a purse today. That's sweet. Is it pretty?
I got inspired by Jaden Smith and his little... He's got I don't know, man, a Barbie house purse that he carries around. It's just very stylish, man. And then I saw the Met Gala, and all the, masculine men were wearing dresses and feminine clothing. I just thought, man, I just got to get with the masculine thing and buy a purse, man. I need a purse.
Very pretty. That's nice. I'm very proud of you. You need a dress, too. We need to get you a dress. A big pink dress with a bow and an open back.
A pink tutu. That's what I want, really, for Christmas.
Barry, nothing off the
Jim Carrey
shoulders,
really
okay?
is.
Make sure your straps.
Oh, strapless sounds better. Come on, man. A
I
strapless.
want the open back.
Yes.
So anyway,
Show the hair.
good for you. Newsworthy. Barry bought a new purse today.
Yeah, it's exciting, man. I mean, things are changing, right? It's for the better. I think. It's important that men understand their masculinity. I mean, and there's nothing more masculine than, carrying a purse and wearing a dress.
Wow, we got to start looking for new co-hosts here, don't we?
I don't know, man. My liberal friend, he's been rubbing off on me. I think I'm concerned.
Well, don't let him rub off on you.
Yeah.
Right? Just tell him, no, bad liberal.
Bad liberal. Stay away.
Go.
Down.
Barry, you have to learn to
Go my
set
way.
boundaries.
Yeah, I know, but they've infested. The liberals are everywhere. They've infested the whole world, man. You know, you think you can escape them, but you just can't.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's while we're talking about degenerates, let's talk about OnlyFans. And many of the models there have been trashing actress Sydney Sweeney and her Euphoria character. They're accusing Sam Levinson of degrading her with explicit sex scenes. So he's the director or the creator. Okay, so they've been putting her into all kinds of fetishy kind of positions, topless. They had her spread-eagled on a couch in diapers with her feet up in the air. And Euphoria, have you seen this, Barry?
I've never seen it, but I have read the articles in Breitbart about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. I've not seen this either, but I think in my investigative capacity, I'm going to have to watch this series just to see how bad this is.
I mean, it's just not my thing. I'm a Field and Stream kind of guy. I could care less about Euphoria. Or what's it called? Utopia?
Euphoria.
Okay.
Euphoria.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, she's kind of hot.
I think she's an attractive woman. I don't deny that.
Mm-hmm. Here's a quote from one of the critics of hers that this show has literally turned into all different types of Sydney Sweeney porn. Just all different types of sexual situations Sydney Sweeney could possibly be in. It's blanking gross. So yeah, I'm going to check that out for you guys. Please don't do this on your own. I'm an expert. But yeah, next week I'll have an update for you guys on the Sydney Sweeney Euphoria situation and how degenerate it truly is.
Well, what I don't understand is, I mean, I can understand where maybe the population would be like, this is kind of inappropriate. I mean, but then of course you just don't watch it if you feel that way. But I don't see how OnlyFans people would be upset about it. It seems like it would be promoting their thing. I just saw on like X, they've been posting all these, speaking of degenerates, women and men who are both degenerates, in my opinion, taking like one OnlyFans woman took $2 million from one guy and he got to meet her. That was like his joy. I mean, and then he wanted to see if he could sniff her sock or something. And she did let him sniff his sock. And that was like, I mean, he felt like that. He got his $2 million worth by being able to do that. And the other guy was she was like grossed out by him, but she still let him meet her. And it's just like, you're going to spend $2 million on somebody that really hates you and just loves their money, and they're making fun of you. You're a worthless man. You are not a man at all. Get a real woman, get a real wife, get a real family, get a real life, get a real job.
Yeah, $2 million, just gone forever. You sniff someone, I've seen people or heard about that is people in brothels blowing away incredible amounts of money, but this is ridiculous. This is just next level. Like, talk about nothing. You spent half the money in the world and you nothing to show for it the next day, except for maybe a case of herpes on your nose.
Well, a lot of times the man is married as well on top of it, and I don't know what the wife thinks about that, but I would imagine she's not happy about it. I don't know. Maybe she's happy about it. Maybe she's a Holly weirdo. They have what they call open relationships. So, that's what feeds their relationship. They believe that's what keeps it healthy is, having multiple partners.
Yeah. Well, speaking of multiple partners and Hollyweird, we've got a campaign going on for the governor of California, and we've also got the mayor of Los Angeles going on. Two hotly contested races, and Xavier Becerra was on with Morning News 5, KTLA, and let's just play a clip of this. This is hysterical.
By the way, this is a profile piece. This is not a gotcha piece, right?
Well, look, I think these questions are fair. It's in order to learn about you as a candidate.
So it's about the profile.
I don't know how you define profile, but I'd like to begin the interview.
The way I describe profile is you talk about all the things that I've done, things I want to do, and along with some tough questions. But not only tough questions.
Yikes. Yikes. A profile. In other words, you're not going to ask me any hard questions, right?
Exactly.
You know, like this is the kind of thing that is just unsaid when it comes to the Democratic media. You know, the Democrat DNC party has the media wrapped around their little finger, and it's just unsaid that if you're going to interview a Democrat running for the governor of California, you're going to tone it down. You're not going to ask anything tough. You're just going to ease into it and make it a fluff piece because he's on your team. But, you know, this is getting a little cutthroat out there. This whole race is really, they're fighting tooth and nail for who's going to win it. And they've got a bunch of nut jobs. Really, just a bunch of nut jobs. The Katie Porter, are you kidding me? Folks, if you put Katie Porter into the office of governor of California, she's going to have ambitions for president that she's going to run in 2 years. She'll turn her back on California as fast as she can if she thinks she's got a chance to be the president. She'll use that as a springboard, and she will not give a crap about California or anything in it. Just let it keep going on the way it is. It's fine in her eyes. Why rock the boat? Don't rock the boat. Just let it go on autopilot and sit back and yell at your staff all day. You know? So anyway, that's what they expect from the left of the media, and that's what they get. I mean, here he is, just straight up saying, this is a profile piece, right? No hard questions. So, I don't know. It's funny. Funny stuff, man, watching this go down.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's being exposed now to the whole world. The whole world sees it now, and the whole world knows that, you know, this fraud is going on. They always ask the softball questions. That's why I'm such a big proponent of ambush journalism. I don't call it ambush journalism. That's what the mainstream calls it, but I just call it citizen journalism. And of course, it's ambushing them because they're not going to sit down and have a real interview, because they're not going to be asked softball questions. They're going to be asked the hard questions. And then whenever they have somebody who's not a part of the establishment, the mainstream media asks the gotcha questions over and over. That's all they do to Trump, is they try to get some gotcha question to make him look bad. And it has nothing to do with what he's accomplishing, what he's done. It's just some stupid gotcha question. It's not even a real gotcha question. It's easily answered, but they want to frame it as if, oh, look, we got him. You know, no, you didn't get him. You're just a fake journalist. And so, yeah, ambush journalism, I'm all for it. Citizen journalism, go out there, man. When you're out on the street and you see some of these people, bring a mic, carry your phone with you, and start asking them questions. It works. It corners them, and they'll say the darndest things, man, when they're not being prepped beforehand.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And on that note, we've got the next mayoral debate in Los Angeles for the mayor has been canceled.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Spencer Pratt pulled out first. He said he had a scheduling conflict, and then Bass announced, and whoever the third one is, the Indian lady. But it's not going to happen. Now, the first one was a very dominant display by Spencer Pratt. If you watched any of the clips from that, he really put people in their place on that one. And even the moderators, we were talking about how the press tries to get the gotcha questions. They tried to fact check him on calling her a liar about something. And it, of course, turned out later that he was correct. She was lying about such and such. And he said, "You're lying." And they said, "Hey, don't throw those kind of words around. You can't call people names."
And
liar?
then he quickly said, "Well, she just said I was a liar." Which she didn't say you are a liar, but she was basically saying he was not telling the truth, which would mean he was lying.
Yeah, I mean, that's a political debate. Somebody goes up, says something, the other guy says, "You're lying, this is why," and then they say, "No, you're lying, this is why," and it's back and forth, and we the people decide. It's not up to the moderator to pick one side that they can, butt up against and let them know that, oh, you're not allowed to call the other opponent a liar, even though they called you one 5 minutes ago. That is just blatant partisanship that we see so clearly when you're once you see it, you can't unsee it.
I'm surprised they
everywhere.
didn't try to charge him with a hate crime, right? Hate speech, right? You called the mayor a liar. That's hate speech. That's a hate crime. That's $500 fine.
That's Germany that they're doing that one. But
Well, I'm saying
not
they'd like
far
that.
out from the U.S.
Yeah, not too far away.
Yeah, but they're straight up doing that in Germany.
And let's not forget,
If you-
he did an interview too, right? And it was supposed to be like an hour interview, and they chopped it down to like a 5-minute hit piece. And I think he videotaped the whole thing, so you can see the whole thing if you want to see the whole thing. But he did some kind of interview with one of the mainstream media outlets. I haven't seen it, but he was saying, I saw on X that they cut it down to like a 5-minute hit piece and didn't show any of it. They just took, cherry picked it down to 5 minutes to try to paint him in a bad way, which is just typical behavior, man. This is how they operate, and people need to understand how they operate so that when they operate at that capacity, you know that something's up and what you're being told is not the full story. It's not reality. It's just their false narrative going out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wild stuff, man. That's why you always have to, record the whole thing on your own and then release that. Here's the, full interview, unedited. Trump has done that many times. I think a 60 Minutes interview that he did was completely salvaged because they recorded it and released the whole unedited version where you could just see it was nonsense. The Kamala Harris one on 60 Minutes where she was asked about, I don't know, it was Israel or Iran or something during the election, and they just clipped it up so it sounded like she was very coherent when her actual answer was just the typical Kamala Harris word salad she's so famous for. The definition of time and the meaning of time.
Yeah.
Time. Passage of time.
She's so, I don't know, she's like Yoda. She's just full of information.
Yeah. We're going to see the moon with our own eyes today. Isn't that incredible? We've never done that before, to see the moon with your own eyes. I can look up and see the moon with my own eyes every night, Kamala. No, not like this. It can be special.
I mean, do they pick people like her because, they know she'll be a yes woman? Or do they pick her because she actually is pretty stupid and they know that if she can somehow manage to win, like if they steal the election, it will be so demoralizing that will make people just capitulate and be, I quit, man. I mean, how can we fight this? I mean, look what they're doing. Yeah. They're putting the most, it's idiocracy, basically 2.0, but for real, not a movie.
Well, they 100% did that with Joe Biden. I mean, he was, again, pretty much handpicked, they sabotaged the primaries to make him the guy when it looked like Bernie Sanders was going to run away with it. All of a sudden, all kinds of chess pieces moved across the board. Bernie Sanders was blocked and Biden was inaugurated. He was chosen. He was picked and he won.
Mm-hmm. Selected.
And so, so they put a dude who couldn't even leave the basement, who never campaigned at all, who couldn't really string together, even at that time, more than, say, 3 sentences at a time without stumbling over something. They put him into the position to be the president of the United States and then ultimately the president of the United States to degrade us, to show us that they could do it. They could do it all they wanted. They tried to do it again with Kamala. No election, no nothing, just here you go. This is what you get. And guess what? She sucks. And you're going to have to live with her for another 4 years.
And they did it to such a degree that he was never really even there signing anything. It was the auto pen, And to this day, who was actually running the presidency. I mean, I think most people suspect it was Obama, which is probably true, and some of his cohorts, that were closely connected to him. But certainly it wasn't Biden. He wasn't even signing off on anything. He didn't even know what was going on. In fact, we talked about that many times over with Johnson, where he came before Biden. He said, well, this you signed this off. And he's, no, I didn't do that. Remember?
Yeah.
He goes, that didn't happen. That didn't take place. And then he showed it to him. He said, oh, well, we got to fix that. So he didn't even know what he was signing because he himself wasn't probably signing 90% of all the stuff he needed to sign. It was the auto pen.
Yeah, they went through a study and looked at all the documents, all the executive orders, everything that he quote unquote signed, and the vast majority were tied back to two different auto signatures. I mean, they're just identical every time, right? It's
Yeah, perfectly. And there's no way that Biden could get his signature the same every single time perfectly, let alone even close.
I don't even think he could match the one on record. He's probably much more scratchy now, much less flowing.
I'm sure it's different every
more-
time. It would be different every time with him because he's just depending on his mood and what his mental capacity was for the day and at what time of the day it was when he was signing it.
Yeah. If he already had his pudding, forget about it.
Yeah. After tapioca pudding, he's just no good.
Yeah, it's 3:00, folks. Get your bills on his desk by noon. Period.
It's really sad. I hate to even joke like that because it's just, I mean, it's probably true. You know what I mean? They probably were feeding him tapioca pudding, had him hooked up to an IV half the day. I don't even know.
Yeah, it's sad, but it's true. I mean, you just had to take one look at him on any given day, and if you couldn't see it, folks, you were just blind. Him shaking hands with ghosts, walking off the stage in random directions.
Yeah.
The Easter Bunny had to escort him back to his office because he was, pinching on little kids. Oh, you're a pretty little girl, aren't you? And the Easter Bunny comes over.
Eva Longoria on the White House lawn, or at least that's what it looked like to many people. Copping a feel on Eva Longoria. Remember, he brought that cupped right up underneath her. Anyway, man, I'm just saying he's not well. He's probably a dirty old man.
Yeah, he was just touchy, just getting a feel on. That's all. Just hey, they don't mind. Oh, they don't mind. They just grab their butt a little bit. That's okay. But then the kids, they eventually just kept him away from kids. Straight up, for a good long time, just kept him completely away from kids.
Well, remember when
he couldn't help himself but go and kiss on them and sniff their hair and pat them on the butt. Yeah.
Well, remember early on, he said, because people were calling him out on him, saying it was inappropriate. The liberals were calling him out on it. And of course, we were already been calling him out on it for years, but they started saying it's not right for you to do that. You need to give the women their space. And so he said, I realize that things have changed. Times have changed. I'm going to change. I'm not going to do that anymore. But like you said, he could not resist. And then nobody held his feet to the fire on the left saying, hey, man, we told you to stop that. But he still kept getting up in people's space, sniffing their hair, doing strange and bizarre things that were inappropriate. So I don't know what happened. He came out and said, I'm not going to do that anymore. Remember that? And then he kept doing it anyway. So they couldn't even control him. Even this handlers around him couldn't control him.
Yeah, it was just a giant crap show that went on for 4 years. And if you bring this up about demoralizing the population, that's really demoralizing when we see our president that incapacitated, that weak. At least with Obama, I didn't like his policies, but he was, a strong personality.
Yep.
He could hold a room. Oh,
that's true.
Obama, Biden, I'm sorry, just can't hold a room. That guy. Right, I want to tell you about my pudding I had in 1952. No, 58. No, it was, hold on. 1954, we went to Gettysburg to get pudding.
And it tasted like butterscotch ice cream, favorite ice cream flavor.
It was delicious. A little kid behind the counter was a very cute little girl. But anyway, I told her not to date until she's 40.
Oh, yeah, he was always making comments about, boy, you're going to be something when you hit 20 and weird stuff like that to little kids, like 6, 7, and they're like, what?
Yeah, but he can see that inner beauty, as part of his being such a good guy. But
I think
anyway,
one time he even said something like, I'll be too old for you, though. As if, like, maybe he was thinking he had a chance at some point in time with this girl after she becomes a woman, which is really weird. Like, saying that out in public like he did is super weird. It just shows that his mind was malfunctioning.
Or it had always malfunctioned. It had always been broken in that one little area there. It's a susceptibility of his. But who knows? The guy's in our rearview mirror. We don't have to worry about Joe Biden anymore. He can come out and make some crazy speeches now and then, but nobody really pays attention. It'll get a blurb the next day, and that's about it. Trump is a fascist, I say. Yeah, I'll go, okay, Trump's a fascist. Yay, go back in your room, eat your pudding. But let's go to Seattle real quick. The Post-Millennial is reporting that, quote, a Seattle public school teacher under investigation over allegations she physically abused a student is likely to become the next president of the Seattle Education Association, a union for educators and staffers. Okay, and get this person's name. Preliminary election results show IBE Joke Idawu. Okay, that's the name. IBE Joke Idawu. IBIJOKE. IB a joke? Is that how you pronounce that?
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so she had some of her students, allegedly, she kind of tossed them around a little bit, would rough house them. They would come home with adult-sized bruises, hand marks, finger marks on their arms from being, grabbed too hard kind of thing, allegedly. That's what this investigation is about. There was a third grade student at Rising Star. And, this is Seattle, though. I'd be a joke. Is now the new president of the Association of Teachers in Seattle. Does that make sense, Barry?
It makes perfect sense for a Democrat, for sure. Absolutely. I get it. And then they're just coming out now and spelling it out for you.
I guess so.
I've always said they're not going to be able to hide who they are anymore. They're just going to come straight out and say who they are because they're proud of it.
Yeah, but why? I mean, educators. Why do you put somebody up there who's, allegedly looking at issues for strong-arming a little kid? That's kind of brutal.
It's all part of that demoralization, my brother. It's all part of the plan. They honor the unscrupulous and they demonize the scrupulous. That's how the Democrats work. It's how they've been working for a long time. And I guess that's how they think they have the high road, because they're still saying they're the morally upright, but what they're honoring as morally upright is usually and generally unscrupulous.
Degenerate.
Yeah, degeneracy, depravity, what I mean, no loyalty, no faithfulness, just corruption, scandal. You can just go on and on that list. Those are the people that they know will basically do what they're told. And in return, they get a nice little paycheck and have to do very little because they're not going to be the thinkers. They're just going to be the one that basically instigates whatever agenda they're told to do. So they're not having to sit down at the table and do any real work. They just have to be the front man. And that's what they want in places of power, just front men, people that will do as they're told.
They call it the useful idiot, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Useful idiot. But on that note, let's go to break. Folks, we'll be right back with hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after these messages.
There you go. We're on radio break.
All right.
Woohoo.
Cool.
All right. We'll wait another minute or so, and then we'll take and switch room again.
Okay.
See, with the introduction of digital ID, that will modify.
Did you hear that?
Oh,
Who was
yeah,
that?
he sounds horrible. God, does he sound
Klaus?
evil in that?
I'm telling you, you have to see the video. It's so hilarious. He looks ridiculous with that outfit on, and he's so full of himself, man. He's pompous, narcissistic, arrogant. I mean, it would take a chainsaw just to get through the first layer of his narcissism. It's so thick, man. He's so in love with himself, dude.
And that outfit, dude, it looked like it was, 200 years old, and it was just like, not, I don't know, maybe it worked back then, but it doesn't work today. It doesn't impress anyone. It just looks like a cheap old, hand-me-down that's been sitting in the back of your closet for decades.
What was he wearing? A Nero? Like they used to do back in the 60s? That thing that buttons
He had like a
over the
white
side?
fur cape over his shoulders with these black patches on them.
And his big crown on his head, his big purple crown.
Yeah. with matching fur.
Okay, to friggin' the digital ID, I am going to return to the bathroom so that the groom of the stool may wipe my bottom end because I'm too good to wipe my own bottom.
It almost sounded like Klaus for a little bit. When you listen, the first couple of seconds, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, well, they all sound like
He's
they
back
do.
out
They
of
all-
retirement. Oh no, that's not good. Anyways, let's change rooms and we'll be right back. All right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Barry. Catch you on the next one. Stay tuned. Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show will be coming up. We are on radio break right now. So we're switching out rooms like we always do between the time. Let's see here. Get the peoples back in here. John and Barry. And switch us back over on the OBS.
Hello?
Hey, there he is. Just waiting. There he is. There's Barry. Welcome back, Barry.
Welcome back, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ready to roll.
Man, you're crazy, man.
Crazy. You crazy like what? Crazy like Kamala. I would not want to be married to her. Didn't her husband just recently cheat on her, or something happened? Kamala, her husband, didn't he cheat on her just recently?
I don't know.
I think that's been a while.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong. Might have happened again, you know. Was Bill Clinton involved?
I don't know. You think she laughs as obnoxious around him as she does the public, or is that just a public persona? You know, because if you were married to that and you had to hear those word salads and hear that cackle every day, it would drive you insane. Literally, like I could
bet
see
he spends a lot of trips away from home.
where he'd be like, I got to get out of here, man. I got to find a hotel tonight. I can't be in the same room with this woman. She's
I have
insane.
A business trip. You know.
I got to go, honey.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where are you heading? Europe, Europe, or Hawaii, or South America. Yeah, South America sounds pretty good right now. It's probably cooler now this time of year, since they're coming in. They're starting their winter down there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when we have our summer, okay, South America and Africa have, and Australia, New Zealand all have their winter. I thought you knew that, Barry. You're a smart
Please tell
guy.
me you knew that, Barry.
Come on now.
Please tell me you knew that already.
I know everything, man. I am knowledgeable. I've had the implant.
I don't know if that's taught in.
I've had Elon's.
I'm not sure if that's taught in school anymore, but you know.
I got Elon's Grok implant, man. I'm basically a cyborg right now.
Okay, here you go. Here's a question for you. If you take and drain water and it drains water clockwise above the equator and it drains counterclockwise below the equator, which way does it drain between
Don't answer, Barry. It's a trick question. Don't answer.
Capricorn and with Sagittarius?
Look, man, what's important to know is
it drains.
Listen.
Either
when
way,
I'm talking, you listen to me.
It will
What's
drain.
important that you need to know is
the way
who
that's
are the
least
Kardashians.
resistant.
I want you to name each Kardashian because that's all that matters, man. Give me the name of the first name of each Kardashian in the Kardashian family. Let's go. You can't do it. You can't do it. You're dumb. You're stupid if you can't name that. How ridiculous, man. You don't even know the Kardashians. The most important thing in history.
God. Bruce Jenner.
He's not a Kardashian. He's a Jenner.
Oh my God.
Poop culture.
Thank
I
you,
love
Great
poop culture.
Conspiracy, tonight for restreaming us. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Ha ha.
Where are you restreaming us from? Pilled or Kick tonight?
All the above. Are you increasing in watchers or decreasing? Because that's the real test, man. If you're getting more viewers, that's a good thing. That means we're doing
different
our job.
in newer viewers on Pilled, so that's good. Because we're new there.
Okay.
We haven't even been there a month yet, so that's good.
Right.
I know they like my music because they come in and listen and comment. And more coming over to see what's going on with the talk radio stuff that I do. So that's good.
There you go. No hate coming from me. What do we got coming in, man? I'm ready for the clip whenever you need it.
Let's go to England next, man.
All right, and then we can cover the Prince Charles as well.
No echo? Oh, man. What a letdown.
Who was the creator? Oh, it was. I believe it was King Charles was the creator of Keir Starmer. He's the one that promoted him, remember? He's the one that pushed him into office.
I don't recall that, but yeah. He came out of nowhere. I know that.
I heard that he groomed him. not sexually. At least I hope not.
Yeah, well.
But you never
30
know.
seconds, fellas.
King Charles, I should say. Formerly known as Prince Charles. Formerly known as just Prince.
Okay.
The king, formerly known as Prince.
Before Prince was formerly known as Prince. Or, never mind.
All
Or
right,
the sign.
here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Talks Roundtable Radio Show, the start of Hour 2 for Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. And we've got some stuff going on in the world. I would like to start with a heads up for everybody that this Saturday in the UK, so this Saturday in the States, when you wake up in the morning, go around to YouTube, check out some of the live streams coming out of England with Unite the Kingdom in the title. And you will see a phenomenal event take place where patriots from all across the United Kingdom will come to their capital in London to celebrate being British, to celebrate being English, to celebrate being Northern Irish, Scottish, from Wales. They will celebrate the unity that they have as a country of people who have a common history, a common culture, a common future together. Whether that future be a dystopian hellhole or whether it be a brilliant manifestation of the best that England can be, that Britain can be, is yet to be seen. But this table is set after the Reform Party massive routing in last week's elections. Routing, massive victories for Reform, massive victories for Restore, absolute disaster and failure for the two-party uniparty that has been running England for forever, or the United Kingdom, I should say, Wales, Scotland, all of it. They have been in power forever. You know, the left in England ran Wales forever, for 100+ years. The Liberal Party had control over Wales. They lost that in a tragic upset. And so the people are motivated. They voted in droves. And now it's time for them to come out into the streets and celebrate everything that makes England England. And I cannot wait to see it. Tommy Robinson, the man himself, is going to be spearheading this event. He's organized everything. He invited people from all over the world to come and speak. But guess what? Many of these reporters, many from the United States, were denied entry to the United Kingdom because they could damage the cultural cohesion of the entire Royal Isles by coming and speaking for 20 minutes at a pop. That's how powerful these speakers are that Tommy Robinson invited over there. They're so powerful that they can upend British society by giving a 20, 30-minute speech. Could you imagine that kind of power, Barry?
That's why they got to keep imprisoning him.
Yeah, they're going to. I think he's going to find his way to the United States in the next couple of years. I think he'll be forced out. And he loves it here, so why not? We'll welcome. I mean, he'd be a hero if he moved to the U.S.
Well, he's doing some kind of a tour around the United States right now, or he was. I don't know.
He was.
Yeah.
No, he's been back for a few weeks now, getting ready for this rally. It's tomorrow. Well, it's not tomorrow. It's in like 3 days. So, yeah, back over in the UK doing his thing. But a lot of people, man, I've heard other YouTubers talking about how, they were invited to like teleconference in if they wanted to. And they're like, can you guarantee that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom again? And of course they couldn't guarantee that. You could just teleconference in there, speak for 20 minutes, and suddenly you're no longer welcome in the United Kingdom forever because you're concerned about rampant immigration, the absolute abuse from top to bottom of the refugee system that England has in place. That people come in, I'm a refugee. I'm a refugee. I lost my papers in the ocean and I have nothing to prove who I am. I'm just a refugee from wherever. Make up a country. It doesn't even matter. And they let you in. They give you a hotel room. They give you food. You can't work, but they'll give you food. They'll feed you, keep you happy. And you're now sitting around with a bunch of military-age men in a 5-star, 4-star hotel somewhere in the countryside, and you're bored out of your brain. So what do? You go find some women, right? Let's go meet some girls. I saw a bunch of young girls up the street at the school. They're prime age in my country. Let's go meet them, talk to them. Yeah, that's a problem. It's a problem.
I think you make it too soft. I mean, let's just be honest. It's unfettered, unchecked, reckless, lawless, and just, completely out of control, illegal immigration and refugees coming in with no checks and balances whatsoever. And of course, that's going to cause massive chaos. And they know that. They're very aware of that fact. And that's why they do it. They're looking for chaos. And they work best out of the chaos. And of course, the more chaos they have, the more restrictions they can put on the population. And but they're the ones causing it. That's the problem. There would be no problem if they were just simply abiding by the rule of law. But they don't do that because they want an angrier world like Klaus Schwab talked about. I mean, you just got to hit home with it sometimes, man, because you're making it way too soft. These are diabolical characters. They don't believe in the rule of law. They want the chaos. And then you could say, well, how do you know that? Well, because they continue to let it happen after all the chaos has unfolded. That's a pretty good indicator there, don't you think?
Yeah, and the people have voted time and time again against this stuff. They don't want it, yet they get it shoved down their throats ad nauseum to the point where you can't even walk down streets you used to, live in safely, and now they're just no-go zones. And that's happening all over the place. You look at all over Europe and, the subway systems, all this, it's so dangerous now. Women literally in France, they have to put on jackets and cover up completely if they're going to go down on the subway. Otherwise, they just get harassed in their own country. Living by It's France. Isn't that where all the like beautiful women and all the chic this and that come from? And they have to cover up to go outside. These beautiful women that are supposed to be the envy of the world, they have to cover up now because it's just not France anymore. As Donald Trump famously said, France isn't France anymore. You know?
But think about it. It's perfect. It's a perfect plan. What do you think all those DARPA type robots are going to be used for? Policing the streets in concordance with all of the lights above that have cameras everywhere. Everything and everybody will be tracked, traced, and surveilled, and they'll have the AI police force out there. And so they want to create as much chaos as they possibly can, and then they can justify bringing in all these things, and people go, yes, 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 we want it, we want it. Just stop all the violence, stop all the people raping all the kids. We want it to end. Well, we can, but we're going to have to strip you of all your rights. You're going to have no more freedoms. We're going to have a surveillance state and a police state, but it's okay because finally there will be peace. But none of it would have happened had they not done it all on purpose.
Yeah, and you have a clip from the king, formerly known as Prince, who I like to call King Chucky, right? King Chucky.
Okay, like the doll.
Yeah, is that going to stick? That can stick, right? King Chucky.
Yeah, we'll just dye his hair red. He's woke, so he probably likes red hair.
Oh, he's ginger. He's always been ginger.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's where he gets that fire and that passion from.
So where's this clip? This is from his address to the country the other day, King Charles.
Yeah, let me just preface this by saying that you really don't get this dystopian world order that we were just talking about without the digital IDs that they're already pushing in the UK, that Keir Starmer's already pushing, and now we see King Charles pushing. And from what I understand, King Charles was the one that groomed Keir Starmer for his position of power and basically saw to it that it happened. So it doesn't surprise that he wants the digital ID. So does King Charles. But here is King Charles.
And before we play this, though, should we talk about his ridiculous outfit now or his ridiculous outfit after? And the creepy voice, too. Oh, my God, his voice is creepy.
Well, they probably need to hear the creepy voice first. But, yeah, there's a lot.
Then we'll talk about the ridiculous outfit.
100%. Yeah. Here we go.
My ministers will also proceed with the introduction of digital ID that will modernize how citizens interact with public services. My ministers.
So there you have it. This is a very short little clip. But his ministers will definitely proceed with the digital ID so that we'll be able to interact correctly with each other and be surveilled, traced, and tracked all 24/7 hours of the day.
Yeah, he went for like 20 minutes listing off things like that he's going to do. And that was just when he slipped in there. Yeah, but I caught a bunch of them that were equally as disturbing.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Well, he looks as ridiculous as he sounds. He's got that, well, you explained his little white vest that looks like he pulled it out of the closet from 500 years ago.
Yeah. And it matched the crown. So they kind of go together so you could tell. But the thing just looked old and stale. Like it had been, again, sitting in some closet in some dark corner for literally 100 years. And you'd think somebody, a tailor in England, would be capable of making him an actual decent looking outfit. He just looked like a clown.
Well, can you imagine how much cologne had to be sprayed on that thing just to get rid of that stinchy smell that was, from being in the closet for 500 years?
Mothballs. I mean, you got to have mothballs everywhere if you're going to keep something like that going for that long.
I mean, he's so full of himself, too, the way he talks and he sits and he's got his royal crown on. He just thinks he's just like hot stuff, man. And he's so much better than everybody else. His narcissism, his extreme ego. You couldn't take a chainsaw and even cut through the first layer of it. It's just so thick. He's so full of himself, like most of the globalists are.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is the king of England. You got to give him that, right? He does wake up every day and people bow to him and kiss his ring and you name it. It's got to go to your head, dude. You're the king of England. If that doesn't go to your head.
Well, I got to ask you then, do you think that he still has the groom of the stool then, since he's the king of England? Do you think they still have that position for him?
The what? The groom of the stool?
Of the stool, yeah. That's a very important role.
Oh.
Very close to the king was the groom of the stool. because he would literally wipe the bottom of the king because the king was too prestigious and royal to wipe his own bottom. So he would have the groom of the stool wipe his royal bottom for him because he was royalty.
To be fair with you, they discovered Japanese toilets at some point and probably realized they didn't need that position anymore. But then they had to make their own English, like a Bentley version of the Japanese toilet.
Yeah,
that speaks to you in a proper accent. Well, I welcome your foulness. Please sit down and relieve yourself.
It's probably 24 karat gold, like the carriage is. You know, the gold carriage that they have that's made of pure gold. So it's always got to be.
Heated to 98.7 degrees precisely.
But you know what's interesting about the groom of the stool, though? They basically had inside secrets because, you know, a lot of times some of these kings were constipated and they would be on there for a long time and they would reveal secrets to the groom of the stool. So it was a very highly prestigious and respected place of honor, if you can say that.
Yeah, I mean, I won't even go there, man. But yeah, that's.
I'm just telling you history.
Okay,
man.
the second throne. I'll put that out.
The second throne. That's yeah. Touche. Let me give you a golfer's clap for that one. That was really good, man. Mark, you did it.
Keeper of the throne. But yeah, England is in its own mess, though, when we get back to that. I mean, it really is. And, you know, on Saturday as well, there's going to be a giant rally going on in favor of the IRGC. Right? So those guys are going to be roaming around the city simultaneously with the Unite the Kingdom rally goers. And it'll be interesting to see if they collide at all, because if they do, it could get quite ugly. You know.
Can we hear you do the anthem one more time? I think you do their national anthem so well.
Oh, Rule Britannia.
Yeah.
And you rule the waves. We will never, 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 never be slaves.
Is that all?
Well, that's all I know.
Okay, well, that's a good line to. If you're going to remember a line, that's a good line to remember.
Yeah,
never going to be a slave.
Yeah, exactly. But they also say that they're, you know, rule the waves, and I think they're down to like 4 frigates now. The Iron Duke, one of their big ships, was just decommissioned. Okay, and they just don't have the naval power they once had in any way.
It's kind of why Trump didn't want their naval support, because they didn't have anything to offer.
Yeah, they really didn't. Realistically, you know, even the one that they were limping over in that direction needed to stop in Italy or something to get refitted. And yeah, it's going to take 2 months to get you there. So yeah, I mean, that's not really kinetic warfare when you take 2 months to get to the Middle East.
Yeah, did you see Trump's speech that he gave with, let's see, who was it with? A couple of people. One of the guys in the Navy, and then I'm trying to think who the other person was. But anyway, they had pictures and diagrams of all the new tankers that we're building. And we're going to have the best and the greatest, the most beautiful of all tankers in the world, unlike anything. One of them is going to be like extremely bigger than anything that's even out there. And we're really bringing up our military to a level that I think is going to be just, no one's going to even be able to come close to what we have.
Yeah, I want to see an aircraft carrier that like gets up on hydrofoils and can do like 60 miles an hour.
Well, he said it's going to have missiles on it, but also guns. He said we can do a lot of damage with guns. I don't know what that means. I thought of the Matrix when he said that. I need guns, lots of guns.
Yeah, and that's a good thing that they're doing, you know, to just build that up as much as possible. Keep it strong. It's so easy, you know, when the pendulum goes back when you get a Democrat in office, for them to just start decommissioning all that stuff and tearing it down. But if you've got recent, strong, you know, investments in it with sparkling brand new ships that are ready to go, then that's a good thing. They can't decommission brand new ships. I mean, they could. If anything Trump does is on the table to be undone.
Yeah, right? I was going to say, don't ever say never, because once the Democrats ever take back, they'll kill anything good.
Yeah, like, oh, Trump built that warship. Let's drive it over the Mariana Trench and sink it to the bottom. You
Oh, it's
know,
the
why
best
not?
and most powerful in the entire world, and it makes us look stronger than ever. Oh, we got to get rid of that. We got to appear weak.
Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting to see us moving our our bases overseas, strategically shifting them around, exiting Germany, putting much more of an emphasis on Poland, and various other moves that we're doing across Europe that are signaling a solid response to the lack of any help that they've given us. Was it Spain and France denied us air rights to fly over them during this operation? You know, you can't fly over Spain. Spain's right in the way. You know what I mean?
They did really. The other nations don't really submit to Trump or even cooperate with Trump on a what do you want to call it, joint venture, unless, of course, he threatens them in some way. You know, like, well, I'm going to put a 25% tax on all your wines or something like that. And then they're like, oh, well, I think we can do it then after all.
Not the wine. You cannot touch the wine. We must capitulate.
Yeah, well, he's always pulling those deals out. You know, it's like, well, okay, if you won't cooperate nicely, I mean, we can do this the hard way. But why would you want to do that? I thought we were allies. I thought we were teammates. We always come to your aid when you need it, but you don't seem to come to ours unless we, you know, kind of make it happen, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and let's face it. I mean, Europe in general looks down on us much the way we do with them, but for real reasons. They look down on us for, you know, they think it's a crime-ridden country and it's all, you know, it's too dangerous. And if you go outside, you're going to get shot. And that's the inner cities, folks. If you come to America and you go to the cities, you're going to see a horrible, you know, a much different version of America than you get out in the countryside when you get out into the real America. Cities are great, you know, if you're going to go see a couple places in America and you want to put New York on that list, go for it. If you want to put LA on that list, I don't know. You're not going to be that impressed. I'd much rather see you go to San Diego or Santa Barbara than LA. To get that California experience and avoid San Francisco at all costs. But I digress. You get my point, though. But if you get out into the country, you see a side of America that's incredibly safe, that you don't think anything about walking on the street. And if the guy next to you is armed and he's got a gun on his hip, you just feel that much safer, you know, because you know that's a good guy with the gun, that if anything goes down, you're going to give him one look. He's going to say, gotcha, and the bad guy's gone, you know.
Yep.
So that's the real America. So they can look down on us all they want, but we look down on them, man. They're giving away their country. They're giving away their freedoms. They're losing their cultures. I mean, it's not happening all at once. I'm sure, you know, London has its good sides. I'm sure if I took a vacation there and met up with some friends and I got a real catered tour of the city, they probably wouldn't show me anything other than the best of the, you know, side of the city. And I'd walk away going, wow, London's pretty amazing. I'm sure, right? But if I also went to some of the other sides of town and looked around, I'd say, holy cow, this place is in trouble. But anyway, folks, on that note, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break. Right on cue.
How many minutes? 3 or 4?
It's a 5-minute break.
Right. I'm gonna get me some water, maybe a snack. I'll be back.
Yep. In 3, 2. Nah. Stranger things have happened, but anyways. How's Blue doing? And what's she doing? I guess he had to go out and talk to that person. They finally came. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream tonight. Appreciate each and every one of you out there. Okey Pokey, Chris AM. We got Emerson Sheik, Wise Lives, The Great Conspiracy.
Oh, not muted.
And a bunch of other folks in the Kick Chat. We got Who do we got? Oh, we got John Allen over on YouTube listening to us from Australia.
Nice. Hey, John.
Yep. And John is one of our station managers.
Yeah, I thought I recognized that name.
Yep. Pyramid One.
Pyramid One, the legendary Pyramid One, man.
Yeah, the legendary.
I remember
with Captain Bob
like,
at the helm.
So long ago. I remember so long ago hearing somebody on the radio, and I was like, "Man, this is good." And they mentioned Pyramid One, and I went and checked it out, and it just always kind of stuck with me. And then all of a sudden, I'm with you, and you're like, "Yeah, we're on Pyramid One now." Yeah. Thought that was pretty damn cool.
Well, back in the day, we could have probably been on Westwood One, you know. But that would have been if I would have signed contracts and said, "Hey, you guys can't do this, that, and the other," and none of y'all would have done that, and neither would I. So after looking at it, I'm like, nope, I scrapped that. That was a long time ago, but anyways.
I would sign a deal like that for a national show. I mean, as long as it wasn't ridiculous.
Yeah, well, you know, the fine print was so fine, I couldn't even read it with a magnifying glass. So, you know.
Yeah.
And then I would have probably had to get an agent and, well, pay an agent and pay a promoter also for it too, because you can't get, you know, they don't do anything really directly. Everything goes through, you know, kind of like if you worked in Hollywood and that, they want something similar to what they have for IMDb, but, you know.
Sounds like a high-class problem.
It is. And that's, I didn't need that and those kind of headaches. We got 30 seconds and we'll be back on air. I figured, you know, keep it simple, stupid. So that's what I did. And,
but you can't name all the Kardashians, so I don't.
Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Anyways,
most everything I have left in the show is about redistricting and stuff like that. So if you have any other subjects you'd like
there
to
isn't
talk
going to
about?
be a 5. There's going to be a 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for May 13th, 2026. We're just diving into summer, folks, man. We're just getting there. And I can't wait, personally. I love me some good weather. I mean, I get it most of year round due to my lifestyle, but I love a real genuine summer up here in the mountains with the fresh air and all the beauty it pertains. And Barry, are you looking forward to the summer as well? I know you are.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready for a new season.
Yeah. You got your pickleball, man. You need those like evening games when it's like 90 degrees out, everyone's hot and, you know, working through it. inside
for the whole time. And like 2 weeks ago, I played outside for the first time because we decided to go outside because it was nice. And man, I way prefer playing outside. So I'm probably going to get a second day of the week where I play, and I'll be playing outside on those because it's just too much fun. I play better, I think, outside too because the surface is not so unpredictable. You play inside, sometimes the surfaces aren't right, and so you get all these crazy spins with the plastic ball.
Yep. Plus, inside they have HVAC systems that filter out a lot of the chemtrail chemicals that really, when you're outside, you get just direct inhale into your lungs. It's much better for you.
I got to be honest with you. Miraculously, man, we've had 3 days of blue skies and sunshine. I've never seen 3 days in a row like that. I can't remember, October 2024 is probably the last time I've seen 3 days consecutively like that. So maybe it stopped, but I doubt it. Or maybe they just, gave us a break. Who knows?
That's weird, man. You're describing London, you know, but you're in Oklahoma. I would picture Oklahoma. I picture big open fields with blue skies, and you know that's like my image of Oklahoma, not overcast every day.
Well, typically that's what it would be if they weren't jacking with the skies, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I saw some weather woman on YouTube, and she was talking about, because we have the satellite imagery, so we can see where these cirrus clouds are forming, for miles and miles and miles across the United States. And she said mostly, and I haven't done the research myself, but she said mostly that's in the areas where they're spraying, which is Europe and the United States. A lot of the areas, because we have the satellite imagery, it's not happening because they're not spraying. So I always wanted to know, is this a global thing? Like how much? Because I would like to be in a place where they weren't spraying, because to me, that seems to be not only the safest, but the most enjoyable. I really don't like the idea of, clouds hanging over my head every day. I know Bill Gates is obsessed with his global dimming utopia, but it sounds like a nightmare to me.
Well, that dude's from Seattle. He's just jealous, right? He wants everything to be cloudy and rainy everywhere else, too. But yeah, go west, young man. I'm telling you. In all my years out in the west, I really haven't seen, cloudy days ever. It's like I don't know how to say it. It's just we've had a couple cloudy days here in the last month,
right,
or two. And before that, I mean, in the wintertime, maybe a couple days it maybe tried to rain and was, I remember one stretch of about 4 days where solar was an issue. But go west, man. It's sunny every day.
Well, I know this is that we are having unprecedented weather in peculiar places, and that feeds into the theory. It is theory at this point because obviously no one's been held accountable for it as of yet. But we know that the government does it. It's called weather modification. It goes back to Project Popeye and even before that. So it's a real thing. It's just a question as to how much they're doing it. See states that never had tornadoes have more, like 10 times more tornadoes than Oklahoma has, and Oklahoma's known to be a tornado territory. So we're talking areas that never got tornadoes all of a sudden now have record tornadoes and record-sized hail, baseball-sized hail. I mean, it's just something's up, and it ain't global warming, and it is not climate change. I guess it's man-made climate change because someone's jacking with the climate, if you ask me.
Yeah, man-made. You just, proved man-made climate change right on the radio here live. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure I really upset all those people who just can't grasp that this might be happening. Oh, no, those are contrails, sustained contrails, which is so thoroughly and easily debunked it's not even funny. But we're not going to go down that because, hey, we're on a happy trail right now.
You're reminding me of, though, Michael Crichton, one of my favorite authors ever, Jurassic Park and so many more. One of his last books, the name escapes me right now, but it was about these eco-terrorists that were trying to get money for green movements. And so they would purposely go around the world and, set dynamite in the Arctic along this ice shelf to get it to crack off.
Wow.
Or blow up this underground mountain that was prime for landslides. They just would trigger them so that they would happen and create tsunamis and, all these different types of natural events to stir up this global climate change stuff and make it happen. You know what I mean? To just make it here it is. Well, look at that ice shelf that just came off the Pacific. You can't prove that we went out there with snowmobiles and triggered the whole thing, but we did, and you don't know it. So it just looks like the earth is falling apart. But I don't know. It reminded me of that book. It was a phenomenal book. Another one that they could turn into a movie. And my, conspiracy mind brain leads me to think, he died shortly after writing that book. So,
Well, you mean it's a lot like the fire starters that go out and start the fires, where they have cleaned up the brush and things will just, turn into a giant inferno in just a matter of minutes. You mean like that? You mean to make climate change look like it's real? Of course. That happens now. Mm-hmm. It happens today. It's real.
Yeah. So, it just reminds me of that. It's something that's not past the pocketbooks of the people who are on the receiving end of all of that just NGO money, all that massive, fat NGO money.
There is no doubt that the lengths that people will go to push their agenda, to make their money, and to make us suffer in the process there's no limit to it, folks. We know that now. They're willing to kill millions of people if that's what it takes. They don't care. They'll send nuclear bombs into the atmosphere Not in the atmosphere, blow up, nuclear bombs in the desert, knowing that it could blow a hole in the atmosphere, but do it anyway. They don't care. These people don't care about us, man. The people, that's what I'm saying. The problem that we have is all the wrong people in positions of the highest power. If we could get rid of those people and have at least some people with some moral backbone, the world would actually be not a perfect place, not a utopia, but it would at least be much, much better. We would not have suffered the shamdemic. We wouldn't even have had the shamdemic, in my opinion.
Absolutely. People need to question, which is exactly what's about to happen with this hantavirus. I'm not predicting it's actually going to go to that extreme, but it could be taken to those extremes very quickly. If the powers that be decide they want to lock down again and Trump gives into it, then hantavirus, it's right there. Go have at it,
Well, Trump's already gone on the record and said, we're not going to lock down. We're not going to do any of this stuff. The Democrats, he said, want to do it. And they do, of course, because that's how they get the power back, right? That's how they control the masses. Yeah. They need us in a place of submission. And it's not going to happen. Too many people woke up during the shamdemic because they had more time on their hands. So what they do, they just research. And now everybody's a conspiracy theorist to one level or another. Maybe they're not seeing things eye to eye as I do, or eye to eye as you do. And they have their own conspiracy. Some of them are a little far-fetched. Some of them are more based in reality. And some of them are dead on target. But people researched during the shamdemic, and they came out of their coma. So that was like the worst thing they should have done. They should have shut the internet down too, as well. If they were smart, they would have done that, because they wanted to keep people, they should, they needed to be able to control the narrative about everything during the shamdemic, and they weren't able to do that because of the internet.
Yeah, social media. And they did go hard against people on social media for posting anything that was contrary to, what the establishment was trying to, what Dr. Fauci, I am the science, was trying to say,
Yeah.
And that guy, I'm telling you, it's just, have we ever seen anyone more guilty in our lifetimes? And millions of people died. And, it's very likely. Everything points to the fact that they were funding these gain-of-function laboratories in China. They were doing it in China because we made it illegal to do it here in the United States. And we didn't mean, hey, go take it offshore to China. We meant don't do it. It's illegal. Don't do it. And he took it overseas and did it anyway, created this virus in a lab, and then it got out and all hell broke loose for, 5 years? We're still recovering in many ways. We're still seeing people walking around with masks on, just out of their mind. This many years later, you're still wearing a mask in public. Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Well, the hantavirus has brought out the mask even more so, I've noticed lately. A lot of people wearing the mask, and they're wearing it tight too, man. It's snug over their nose, just barely below their eyes, man. They're wearing it tight as if that's going to make a difference. But, I'm looking at them like going, okay, whatever, man. It's your life, but just don't expect me to wear one. Like, I really don't care if people want to mask up. I think it's silly. It's something I can laugh about later. But once they try to make me wear one, that's where I got to push back.
Yeah, that's exactly where it ends right there. I'm not putting one on. Thank you very much. I appreciate, your invitation to ask me to, but, I'm not. When this thing first came out of China, when I was watching the videos of people in China literally like falling dead on the streets, right? That was one thing. I was a little bit nervous when I first saw some of the videos out there. Right. But then you give it a little time, you watch how it percolated around the United States, and suddenly it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? It's not anything that we can, do much of anything about. So it wasn't that deadly. So
I can tell you what I think's going on with the hantavirus, though, if you want my opinion. I don't think that they're planning on locking everybody down. Maybe there might be a few isolated areas where they do that or something in a liberal city. But I think what they're doing is psychological warfare, because they don't have the power right now, especially in America. So what they're doing is
run with that for a minute. I'll be right back in 1 second. Okay.
Yeah. So what they want to do is just keep all these things in our psyche so that when they do a real threat, a real catastrophe, which could be a cyber pandemic. It doesn't necessarily have to be another shamdemic, but they need to keep this idea that there's always going to be some kind of a crisis just right, at our feet at all times. And then when they actually instigate it, people will be conditioned to be like, I get it, man. We've been lucky. We've missed all these other ones. So yeah, we got to lock down again. We got to socially distance. We got to be obedient. We got to obey. We got to give up our freedoms. So this is all conditioning, and it's really just smart psychological warfare. I mean, whoever's behind this kind of stuff at the highest levels, they're geniuses, but the people they have that are carrying it out are imbeciles, which kind of is problematic for them. And I guess it's because there are no A-list people that want to do evil right now. Most everybody that's a quality person wants to basically do good and make the world a better place for everybody. We want freedom. We want to be able to prosper. We want to be able to have new opportunities and have a renaissance and be able to believe what we want to believe, think what we want to think, say what we want to say, and, agree to disagree. But that's not their plan. Their plan is chaos. And so they're going to keep that chaos coming little by little to keep it in our psyche so that we never forget when it comes time for them to bring in their next big cataclysmic, catastrophic event.
Yeah, it is. And like you say, man, they know what they're doing. They've worked this through so many different, these data centers, how many AI pods are out there just running through these scenarios to break them down and how people will react based on what we've seen so far and how to, most take advantage of the situation to manipulate people into whatever they want. It's scary stuff. So we can't let this things scare us until, if there's a reason to be nervous about it, folks, we'll cover it and we'll bring it out to you and we'll let you know this looks serious, right? Which we did with, with coronavirus when it first came out. We warned everyone, hey, be on the, on the outlook for this stuff because it could be serious. But then you find out it's got a 99 point something % survival rate. And yeah, if you're over like 75, it was very deadly. But the flu is very deadly to people over 75. It's just people over 75 die more. Go figure. Who'd have thunk it, right? People in their 80s tend to die more than people in their 20s from anything.
Their immune system's not as strong, so it's just kind of a natural result of that. Unfortunately,
Yeah. You ever watch a 3-year-old just face plant into a concrete?
Do what?
Well, yeah, I've seen kids just wipe out in front of you on like the concrete, and they just kind of laugh.
Back.
There's
there's
that split second where they're either going to laugh it off or start crying as hard as they can. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Even when you're like 50 or 60 and you fall off your bicycle going 5 miles per hour, you go, oh, that does not feel good, man. But if you were 10, you'd be like, brush it off,
Yeah, exactly. And at 50, that's a week off work. At 10, it's just, it's nothing.
Right.
I kind of scraped up my knee pretty bad today. I might have broke it. I don't think so, though, man. Your dad, well, can you stand on it? It ain't broken.
Get out there and mow the lawn.
Exactly. If it ain't broken, then get the lawn. But anyway, we've got now 500,000 undocumented migrants in Spain that are being given citizenship. And they're describing it as an act of justice and a necessity for Spain. And, Europe needs cheap labor, and they're going to build a rich, open, and diverse Spain that we want to aspire to. And it's like nobody remembers the Crusades, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody expects an inquisition, folks. Some very, very famous men once said that. Nobody expects an inquisition. And I'm telling you, it's getting to that point. Now the police in Spain are warning that there could be some radical Islamists in these groups of people. And so, they just came out and said, don't quote me on this, but there could be some, terrorists in the mix here that are just kind of sneaking into the country through this process. And I don't know, people are kind of surprised to hear that. Barry, do you think that terrorists wouldn't take advantage of the system like that, would they?
I'm kind of actually concerned about radical Islam, as I've said many times before. And I also think that areas can clean up areas and keep areas safe if they want to. Trump proved that. I mean, look what he did in D.C. Look at the areas where he was able to have some influence, and the crime rates are just like below, record levels, man. A record level low crime rate, and they're not looking to solve problems, man. And look, if the Republicans were the party that was doing it, in fact, I used to be anti-Republican when Bush was the president. Bush Jr. was the president. I didn't like anything. He was a neocon. I was totally against the Republicans. I like Trump because he's not a neocon, because he actually has some shared values that I have and that even Democrats have if they would open their mind and believe in it. I remember one of the first things that someone said to me when I was getting, bombarded with this hatred Trump. And I said, well, hey, Trump's like the first president since probably Reagan that's a nationalist. And he goes, Trump's a nationalist? And he was a Democrat who hated Trump. And that changed his whole opinion about everything, because he was like, you mean he's not a New World Order globalist, thug who wants to basically enslave us and take away all of our rights and basically micromanage us? So yeah. I like Trump on a lot of things, and Democrats, if they would open their minds to it, they would get that. But they would prefer to be enslaved by the liberal world order than have freedom.
Yeah, under a republic, if you can keep it, so to speak, right? I mean, here we are in a system of government that's worked better than anything in world human history, and they want to tear it down. You want to tear it down. You think it's completely unfair and horrible. Yet, minimum wage in America is like rich in 90% of the planet. I mean, rich. Go look at Indonesia, man. Go on Google Maps, folks. Pop around Malaysia, rural Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam. Go look at any of these places, man. It's not that impressive. We in the Western world live very, very, very good lives. And I mean, even in Russia, it's shocking. You look at Russia and it's just, it doesn't, you'd never mistake it for America. It's so run down. Everything about it is just run down and falling apart. The roads are potholed like nothing you've ever seen here in the States. It's everywhere. And so we live a very, very good life. And to discount that and think that, well, the rich have too much though. Well, so what? I don't care what Bill Gates has or doesn't have. The guy worked for it. The guy woke up at 5 a.m. every day, went to work creating, a new operating system and personal computers for mankind, did it for 30 years, made a fortune. Good for him. I'm not jealous of his house. I wouldn't want his house. His house is a nightmare. But, more power to him. If you can get that kind of wealth, then great. I got some great computers out of it, in the meantime. So you can't be jealous of wealthy people because they have some stupid, huge yacht or whatever. Understand that they're paying all the taxes. When you kick out a Ken Griffin from New York City, you're decimating the tax base. The amount of wealth that they push back out of the city is much, much greater than the amount of money that they're bringing in with this new au pair tax they're having on properties that aren't lived in full time in New York City. They're projecting to bring in $500 million from that. They've lost $1 billion potentially in revenues so far, and more to come, because they're doubling down on, we are going to tax the rich. We don't care. We want it all. You guys are greedy SOBs, and when the war comes, we're going straight to your mansion there on Fifth Avenue, and we're going to tear down the building and burn it down with you in it, a la Mangione, and we'll call it justice. And people don't want that. They want to be, wealth goes to places where they're appreciated, and they can invest, and they can get more wealth, and accumulate more and grow and grow. That's their mission. As a billionaire, what's your mission in life? It's just to keep playing the game, to keep making a $50 million payday. It's a game to them at that point. I made $100 million today. I'm kind of disappointed. I should have made 200. Next time I'll do better. When you get to that level of wealth, it is something that you're just doing. that you set it all in place and you can't walk away from it because it's so profitable that you just keep going and going and going until you have more money than you know what to do with. And that's when they send it to charities, and they do amazing things with that money in most cases. They don't just stuff it in a mattress under their house. They invest it in the bank, and the bank uses it to make loans, and or they invest in the stock market, and that's what keeps our economy funded, so that they can issue more stock at higher levels and make bigger investments in their factories and whatnot, and hire more people. They put money out there to make the world go round. That's what makes the world go around every single day, is capitalists out there putting their money to work. And if you demonize them and push them away, you're going to have a New York City on your hands. I don't know, Barry. I've been rambling for a while. What do you say?
Well, I mean, if you love America, I would say that the phase that we're in right now, I think you'd agree with me if you think about this, CS, is we're in the phase of ideas. And I mean, this has really been ramped up the last probably, 3 to 6 months. Would you agree? This everybody has their ideas about everything and where we need to go, the direction we need to go. And so with all of these data centers being built, who knows exactly how long we have before they basically just put everybody on a grid and freedom of speech is gone. That day is coming at some point in time. We can push it back, I think, for a good while. But I think inevitably it's going to happen. But if we speak up now, maybe we can push it back permanently. I don't know. I would like to think so, but at least we can push it back for a good while. So I would say right now it's crucial that you speak up. And a lot of people, they don't want to get involved because 2/3 of the population does not want to give their political opinions because of fear. That is a documented statistic from a couple of different studies, as a matter of fact. And they also have this thing called FOPO, which stands for fear of other people's opinion. People are suffering from FOPO. I don't care if you're suffering from FOPO, okay? Because I'm going to tell you my opinion, whether you like it or not. And I know that's going to get me ostracized, but I don't care because I want to save America. And I want you to want to save America too. Get your voice out there. Start speaking up. Get a channel. Start talking to people around your peers and your family. Even in your workplace, if you can get away with it, and start injecting it. Why? Because the elite are talking 24/7. So you got to compete against that, or they win by default. And if they win by default, it's over for America, period.
Yeah. How many people have you converted in grocery checkout lines?
I don't know if I've converted anybody, but I've challenged people to think, and I've challenged them to, maybe he's right. I don't know. I've never had anybody come back to me and say, hey, man, it was that moment that, we had at that grocery store that woke me up and I was red-pilled. I don't know. Maybe it's happened. I'll never probably know till I get to the other side, but I'm not worried about that. I'm not doing this for credit. I do it because, like you, I love America. I love this country. I love what it potentially can be. I love what the flag stands for. I want to see that be restored. I want to see America be restored. I want our national sovereignty to be restored. I want our individual sovereignty to be restored. We have to fight for those things, because if we don't fight, the other team is vicious and they are they're gladiators, man. We're up against giants. They're Nephilim.
This is also the 250th anniversary of these beautiful United States of America, folks. This year, we're going to have the biggest celebration, the biggest 4th of July ever in all-time history of America. It is the biggest event in our lifetimes in many ways. But on that note, we got to end the show. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We will see you on Sunday night, but stay tuned. There's much more coming from DREAGUS Productions right after these messages.
Fight, fight, fight.
All right, guys, great show. Hey, question for you.
Sounds good.
Can anybody come in for Nancy's show, just the first part, up to probably her first break?
I won't be able to.
Because she's got a business call from that she's got to take care of, and it's running late.
I thought she had 3 or 4 people with her on the show.
She does, but we prefer to have hosts take over in that slot. I'm going to ask Jack too. So let me get going. If you guys can swing by, just to make sure.
Cool.
If you can't, I understand. Okay?
All right.
Let me
All
get
right, brother.
Let me get Jack up.
Thanks, Barry. You're a legend. See you later.
Yep.
All right, brother.
Good
Peace
night,
out.
guys. All right. Stay tuned. More to come. We have Jack Carey coming up with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. And Jack will be here. Let me get Jack up on the phone here. Call him in. Get Jack up here in just a sec.
Hello.
Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Did Nancy get a hold of you?
Yep.
Okay.
I told her I would do that for her
Appreciate
for sure.
it. I asked John, and they weren't sure if they'd be able to or not. So I told them, in case you couldn't, just come in for the first part, be on standby.
Yeah, not a problem. I told her I'd fill in till she got there.
All right. Thanks, Jack.
Just trying. Yeah, I'm trying to find where you went. I can't see you.
I'm at the top of the screen. I just changed view, that's all.
Screen, you're not.
Get your camera?
Don't even have the call-up page. Something else popped up, and I clicked. Oh, there we go. Hang on. There we go. Gotcha. Now let's see if I can figure out this part.
What do we got tonight, Jack?
Gonna explore the Men in Black mystery.
Awesome. I made a bunch of tunes about the Men in Black.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're pretty good.
There I am. I don't know how that keeps
There
getting.
you are. Oh my goodness. You got your Caden Gerhard type hat on.
I got it's my homage to J.C. Johnson tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see here. And I need a stat. You get some stuff ready here. But what have you been up to?
Not much. Just one of those things,
Yeah.
Taking it day by day. It's been really nice here lately. How about up where you're at?
Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's 80 degrees today in the Dakota Territories. It's a lovely, lovely thing. So
Yeah, it was.
Max.
It's been breaking 90s here and there.
has it?
Yep.
No, you come lay down.
Yeah. Well, it's warming up, but the humidity is what's killing us here.
Oh yeah.
You would think we're, Texas. You ain't got no humidity. Oh yeah, we do. I have there's lakes and that all around me.
Oh yeah, Texas has a lot of humidity.
Yeah.
So does Oklahoma. Yeah.
30 seconds, Jack.
All right. These people up here don't have any humidity, and they complain about the humidity, and I'm like, you have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea. That's for sure.
So.
Okay, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid are in the silo tonight. Actually, truth be known, we are above ground this evening, and we are actually in the, well, I'll call it it's the jungle room of the upper compound over the silo. So there's actually a room here that is nothing but like a giant atrium kind of sunroom. And one of these days I will actually just do a live kind of walk around and do the show that way. I can hear the Sundance Kid actually attempting to get into the jungle room, so I'm going to let him in. Hang on just a moment. Sundance Kid.
Yep, come on in.
Pardon the pause, but the Sundance Kid kind of got locked out there. Here he is, right here. Come here, buddy. Right. There he is. He is in the flesh. The dog, the myth, the legend, the infamous Sundance Kid, who is a paranormal crime fighting, dynamo, really. He does it all. But today, high above us, circling, we spotted 2 or 3 Teratorns. They had bloody beaks and claws, and they were feasting on the zombie hordes outside the compound here in the post-apocalyptic wastelands. And Sundance showed no fear. He was unmoved by the whole thing. He just basically kept chewing his rawhide the whole time. But tonight's topic, we are going to explore the mystery of the Men in Black. We haven't touched upon that subject yet on the show, and it's a very interesting subject, and one that may stretch into a modern day kind of mystery going on right now in the national headlines about all of the missing scientists. I asked the question, could the Men in Black be responsible for the missing scientist and the missing general of the former head of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the base that actually housed most of our most exotic technology, including back-engineered alien craft, and potentially the bodies from the Roswell incident. We'll be talking about that tonight. So that is interesting stuff. And I thought it might be cool to kind of go back and re-examine the mystery from the early days and kind of get a 30,000-foot view of the overall mystery. Sometimes that actually helps bring things into perspective in a way that nothing else does. And it's interesting because some of those early incidents really occurred around craft entering and exiting water. That's a big clue, I think, in the whole thing. But as usual, it's been a crazy week, and here on the great space roller coaster I call the Earth, the paranormal planet that we live on. By the way, check out my book, Paranormal Planet. It is a full dissertation, if you will, on the idea that the Earth was actually seeded by a Type 3 civilization, which currently maintains control over it. And we'll be touching upon that tonight in the Men in Black mystery. But we do live on a paranormal planet, and if you follow any of the happenings at Skinwalker Ranch or any of the any number of podcasts now with well-known scientists on them talking about the study of interdimensional doorways and portals, then you will know that we are truly on a planet that has doorways and portals to other places and other times, and perhaps to other life forms that have found a way into this reality from their own. That's a huge new theme that is in paranormal research today, and in my book, Paranormal Planet, I basically make the thesis and provide evidence for it that there are only two forms of paranormal activity. One is interaction with the Type 3 society on the Kardashev scale, and the other is interdimensional in nature. So a full 50% of the planet, paranormal activity on the planet can be accounted for just under interdimensional activity. And it's interesting because it wasn't so many weeks ago, I'm guessing 5 or 6 weeks ago, that David Paulides had released a video in which he claims he had spoken with Dr. John Brandenburg of NASA fame, and Brandenburg is also the scientist who discovered the vast amounts of xenon-129 on the surface of Mars. Xenon-129, of course, can only be accumulated in those vast amounts through nuclear war. Nothing else will create it. Evidence, really damning evidence, that there was a vast war that occurred on Mars. It's something that I have covered in a previous show, and we'll definitely cover that again. It's a fascinating topic because it led to a great deal of Earth history, the war on Mars. But here on the paranormal planet, we have a continuing array of paranormal activity. And what's really weird is that we have a lot of scientists who are claiming that the UFO phenomenon itself is actually just part and parcel of a much larger paranormal happening going on. In other words, they've identified something called the hitchhiker effect, and this is something that occurs to people that have had close contact with the UFO phenomenon. They will often return home or to other places to experience a wide array of paranormal activity that they had never experienced before. Everything from poltergeist to full-bodied shadow entities walking across their properties and rooms, to orbs following them, to full-blown cryptid animal encounters. Something which has also occurred on numerous occasions at Skinwalker Ranch. Because of that, there's been a cross-linking of personnel between Skinwalker Ranch and the Pentagon's most secret programs that are out there, and those programs have to do with trying to weaponize interdimensionality. Imagine that. Is there a way to continuously retrieve perhaps technology through interdimensional doorways and use that as a weapon of some kind? That's really what the military is up to. As always, they are looking to weaponize something. And this time it appears to be interdimensional doorways, but who knows? It could be that they are just studying them because they are a threat to human survival. Something of that nature. But in any account, it has been a crazy week, and the war goes on. It looks like all efforts at trying to talk the Iranian, whoever's in charge over there, into something reasonable has failed, and I expect total obliteration to follow shortly. So we'll see what kind of ripples that sends through the reality matrix. And along with that, we've got a lot of interesting stuff going on economically. If you follow the show, you know that the cyber prophecies from the Webbot sort of led us into the cryptocurrency and precious metal exchanges and markets, and it's something that I cover at the beginning of each show. And right now we're in an interesting place because they're about to have a vote on the so-called Clarity Act. The Clarity Act will provide a legal framework for big institutions to own and trade cryptocurrencies. A lot of people believe that that's the final sort of hurdle to get over before there is widespread adoption of that technology. And that's something that was predicted by the WebBot and by the Future Forecasting Remote Viewing Group headed by Dick Allgeier. They can be found online, and they do provide a paid service for prediction of cryptocurrency markets and that sort of thing. So if you're into sort of the paranormal aspects of economics, you could do worse than looking up the Future Forecasting Group. You can find them on YouTube too, so you can see some of their free stuff just on YouTube, which is also really good and often covers topics other than cryptocurrency. But they have the poly markets now, the so-called markets that are prediction markets for future events. And I wonder if some of those remote viewers are just cleaning up on that. That'd be a good topic for a show, maybe try to get some of them on to the show. That would be really cool. Tonight we are exploring the Men in Black, and there's been a lot of stuff that has come to my attention lately about the Men in Black, and perhaps a linkage, if you will, between the Men in Black and things that don't seem connected, like the 1800s so-called airship mystery, in which there were vast numbers of people who saw big blimps flying over them that were gigantic, and this was a time before people could fly at all, and that they had people on them, and the people were having parties, and they could hear conversation and things like that coming from these vast, zeppelins that were flying overhead, right? There's never been a good explanation for why that occurred, but the Men in Black may give us a clue to that, and we're going to be talking about that in the second half of the show for sure. Cryptid Corner tonight, we've got a account from Dr. Lance Hightower out in Oklahoma, native state, and Dr. Lance Hightower is a good cryptozoologist that you can find also on YouTube. He does have some really good cases that he's working on, and one of those cases involves a rare encounter with a dogman in which the witness, in this case a female, was actually injured by the dogman, by the entity. So here again is physical trace evidence being left at the scene. It's interesting to me because recently I had Vic Cundiff on the show from Dogman Radio, and I asked him how many people that he's encountered on, interviewing during that period of time, have mentioned being injured by dogmen, and he said not too many. And so it's a pretty rare thing that somebody, and perhaps maybe if they attack you, you don't usually survive. That could be the case, but in this particular case, there is a survivor. And it's interesting to me because I asked Vic about the hitchhiker effect, and he didn't seem to be aware of it. But in one of those events where these gentlemen were actually these intelligence agents, were at Skinwalker Ranch, and they were doing their working for the Pentagon, trying to collect evidence for various phenomenon. They encountered some kind of entity that they could strongly feel but not quite see. It was extremely menacing to them. There was a group of these intelligence agents, the lead agent and the highest ranking intelligence agent to be at Skinwalker Ranch, who goes by the code name Axelrod. actually had his wife 1,000 miles away in Virginia, not far from CIA headquarters, an encounter with a dog man at exactly the same moment he encountered this entity at Skinwalker Ranch. How is that possible? As a paranormal investigator, I have to say, we cannot overlook it. It is a seminal case. It is a case in which, if validated, and there's no reason to believe that it can be invalidated, it was published by Dr. Colm Kelleher, one of the best scientists on the planet, and George Knapp, the renowned, newsman out of Las Vegas, that actually broke the Area 51 story. They wrote and published a fantastic book called Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, and all of this can be found in those pages. So here are a group of scientists and intelligence agents, and they are embedded at Skinwalker Ranch, and some of those intelligence agents are on patrol on the ranch in the middle of the night one night, and they come across this unseen entity, and instantaneously the lead agent's wife 1,000 miles away has a dogman encounter on their own property. That to me means a causal effect. And so we have to ask the natural question, right? Is that causal effect present in all dogman encounters? And if it is not, why is it not? Because the answer to that question tells us everything about the true nature of the mystery of the dogman. If it's a real species, if it's a alien avatar of some kind, and that is an interesting theory that these things are actually released by UFO craft, and they are more than anything, they are biological robots in which the aliens can manipulate and have them perform any number of missions or functions. That's an interesting idea. Why make it look like a dogman? Well, are you going to mess with a creature like that? Probably not. Causes shock and awe in anyone that encounters it, and then it goes about doing whatever it's going to do. It is interesting, in many dogman encounters, there seems to be indifference on the part of the dogman to the human that's witnessing them. It's almost like they're in the middle of doing something else that they were sent or programmed to do, and that the human just simply is getting in the way. That really that theme seems to play out in many encounters. So that's something that I continue to analyze as a cryptozoologist. And these days, cryptozoology, as I've previously explained, kind of breaks up into various categories these days, and one of those categories I call interdimensional exobiology. That is something that I predict will become a college major at some point. The study of life forms from other dimensions that happen to make it into this one. So, but to sort of wrap up our little economic speech, I didn't mean to divert completely into the dogman species. I would, going forward here, if you were paying attention to the WebBot, it seems to think that there's going to be widespread adoption of those cryptocurrencies, and along with that, a vast increase in the value of so-called precious metals, right? Gold, silver, those things. So I would highly recommend looking into the so-called precious metals derivative markets. There's a real big opportunity that, wink, wink, nod, nod. If you look on Coinbase, go into the precious metal derivatives and look at what's going on there and see what you can do as far as understanding derivative contracts. Because if you can understand them, and I don't talk about anything on this show that I don't do myself. And you know how to read charts, and that's something that people can learn to do, then you can do a lot worse than that particular opportunity right now to sort of unscrew your future from all of the vast amounts of money being printed around the world. So I'll leave that at that. And tonight's show, we're going to be talking about the Men in Black. So, you know, the Men in Black sort of cross segues into cryptozoology because of the Mothman encounters, right? Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the Mothman having all of this, you know, many different encounters taking place at that time in that area. And what else took place? Some of the very first sightings of the Men in Black showed up to Point Pleasant, West Virginia. If you actually read the book, The Mothman Prophecies, and not watch the movie, which was just a really bad version of the book, then you will realize that the late great Jonathan Keel actually highlighted throughout the book the fact that there was nonstop UFO activity taking place at the time of the Mothman sightings. Here again, we have a potential alien / interdimensional linkage to what many cryptozoologists would include in the circle of cryptozoology, which is the Mothman creature. Yet another really good example. And it's there that Mary Heyer, who ran the newspaper at that time in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, had a couple of different encounters with Men in Black and was able to photograph one of the only known photographs of an MIB actually out on the street down the corner, kind of ducked into the shadow. She got a good shot of one of these guys. And it you know, as far as I know, it might be the only photograph dating back to that time period of a Men in Black. There was really good footage taken over the last 10 years from a hotel video camera system that actually had 2 Men in Black show up to the hotel to threaten one of the employees who had had a UFO encounter. How weird is that, right? And I've seen the footage, I've examined it, I've dissected it, I've gone through it 1,000 times, and I don't believe it to have been hoaxed. This was way prior to any sort of artificial intelligence or anything like that. I'm sure that footage is still out there on the internet. You will probably be able to find it on my YouTube channel in one of my 89 research videos I have posted on there. It's just under Jack Carey on YouTube, Cary. So check that out. And is it possible? Could it be that the Men in Black of, you know, historic fame, could they have reared their heads, and are they responsible for all of the missing scientists who had connections to anti-gravity research? It's a good question. We'll get back to that right after our break.
Great job, Jack.
Thanks. I
like how you leave them on a cliffhanger. You know? And we'll get right back to that when we come back. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You got to give them a reason.
Yeah. Very enticing. I like that. You got it down to a science, buddy.
Thank you. How long do we have? We'll take a quick break real fast.
Well, we got about 4 minutes.
So it's long enough. I'll be right back.
Yep. Welcome in there, Wobbly. See you in there in the kick chat talking to you. Men in black in a black Cadillac. Reagan's out under their Sunday suits. I should have played that for break, but I didn't know what Jack was doing tonight. But that's okay. Hope everybody out there is doing great. Thanks again, Great Conspiracy. Women in black? How do you know? They just look like men. When Jack comes back, I'll ask him the question, have there ever been any women in black? And to bring that out.
That is a good question.
There you are, Jack. I didn't know you were still in the room. Yeah. Why is it always guys? Don't they have like a DEI thing over at MIB?
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Yeah. Wobbly wants the ones that, real shapely. They have to be either pear-shaped or hourglass shaped if they're going to come visit him. He said.
They always they complain about the pantsuits too much.
Yeah, they complain. They want to wear skirts, but they're not allowed. It's all part of the MIB dress code, I suppose. Unless they got mohawks underneath their caps. I don't know. If it's DEI, it could go that way.
It could. That's funny. It might tell us something about the nature of the origin of where these things are coming from. So
I think they're animated zombies.
It could be.
Yeah. There was that always stuck with me when someone brought that up before, because they noticed UFOs hanging out over like graveyards at times. Like, well, Men in Black, no wonder they look like that. Time travelers, they're time-traveling zombies with one eye. But they wear a mask so that they show two eyes. But anyways.
Well, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Don't. Yeah, you got to get into my music here. I've made all sorts of weird stuff about, one-eyed time-traveling zombies. But anyways, 30 seconds, Jack.
That's great.
I've been on a kick on doing comic book themed music, like the origins of certain characters and labels. Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Jack, you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and we are broadcasting from, we're in the jungle room. Elvis would be jealous. And it's up above the surface for a change. There is light actually coming in. It's summertime here in the Dakota Territories, and the zombie hordes are still out and about, but they're getting eaten by the Territorans flying over, so it's okay. We're safe for the time being. And tonight we're in the middle of a lively discussion of the Men in Black. It is interesting that one of the premier remote viewing groups out there, and they are highly controversial, I'll give them that. And I don't know what to make of some of their information, but the group headed by Dr. Courtney Brown actually did a series of viewings on Men in Black, and what they determined was that there was some sort of linkage to the so-called reptilian aliens. That's interesting. And not only that, but they appeared to have identified a operational alien base in the continental United States that appears to be controlled by the reptilian aliens that people report throughout the years, and that they were able to view MIB at the scene. There were Men in Black that were literally stationed above ground at this place, and they described it as being in a scenic background. In other words, it was like, it looked to them like Washington State or Alaska or something like that. There was forest and mountains and things like that, and not a place you would ever suspect something as dark as what they were able to pick up, which was this alien base going down many levels and all kinds of horrific things going on within it, and MIB guarding it above ground. They actually described people being taken into some sort of reprogramming type of technology that allowed them to basically alter the appearance, the identity, and eventually they would take these people that presumably are just missing people from around the world, already programmed, ready to go, and they actually become MIB, which is interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it, but that was their result, and they claim that that base is actually operational now. They weren't able to determine exact location, but they said that there was almost like buildings that looked very bland, but were multi-floor buildings that were kind of looked like office buildings somewhere in a place they really shouldn't be. That's all they could determine. Interesting stuff. But one of the earliest key incidents to the Men in Black was the so-called Maury Island incident. Harold Dahl, a harbor patrolman, salvage boat operator, claimed he saw 6 donut-shaped UFOs while on a boat near Maury Island, Puget Sound, Washington, with his son, crew, and dog. One craft malfunctioned and rained metallic debris, injuring his son and killing the dog. The next morning, June 22nd, a man in a black suit visited Dahl, took him to breakfast, and recounted the event in precise detail before Dahl had shared it widely. He warned Dahl not to discuss it, threatening harm to his family. Dahl initially complied but later spoke out. The incident was later largely debunked as a hoax. Dahl and associate Fred Chrisman reportedly admitted parts were fabricated, yet it seeded the MIB myth. That's interesting because in many accounts, Dahl actually says that it was like a dream, this whole encounter with the Men in Black. And a lot of people took that to mean it was fabricated, but that same effect seems to happen in account after account after account, that whatever they have, whether it be a technology, whether it be neurological superiority over humans, the ability to sort of seize the human mind, which is something reported among many alien abductees, we don't really know. But we do know that alien hybrids, meaning human/alien hybrid, reported by abductees appear to exhibit the same ability. It is a heightened psychic ability. They really just refer to it as neurologic superiority. And in the alien hierarchy, the higher up it appears the structure of the alien society is. In other words, the Greys appear to be controlled by mantis-looking like beings. The abductees report that the mantis beings have an even stronger neurologic superiority over the human mind, that they can seize it instantly upon walking into a room and begin to not only communicate telepathically, but to project images into the human mind, right? Could it be that the MIB exhibit that same sort of ability? I don't know, but it is an interesting possibility. In 1952 and 53, Albert K. Bender actually of Bridgeport, Connecticut, reported another strange experience. And he said that the Men in Black actually visited his home and they ordered him to stop UFO research and publishing. They confiscated his materials. They left a yellow fog, which is really weird. And Bender became ill. He had to shut down his organization and he stayed silent for years. In 1962, he published Flying Saucers and the Three Men, detailing these events. So, and that's probably still out there. Ray Barker's 1956 book, They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, also talked about this encounter. So, there was a little bit of cross-contamination taking place at that time, but it's interesting. That is a classic book if you've never read it. 1967, a Robert Richardson of Toledo, Ohio, had an encounter. He claimed he crashed into a UFO while driving at night. 2 MIB visited him asking for a piece of wreckage he allegedly recovered. They threatened him and left. He never heard from them again. 1968, Jack Robinson of New Jersey. Ufologist Jack Robinson and his wife reported being stalked by a man in black standing across from their apartment. Robinson's wife reportedly took the only known photograph of an MIB. Well, that's not true because Mary Heyer actually had a photograph of MIB, and that photograph was published in the book, The Mothman Prophecy, so you can check it out. It is interesting. And here's an interesting encounter. September 11th, 1976, a Dr. Herbert Hopkins of Maine. Prominent case involving bizarre non-human traits. Hopkins, a physician and hypnosis consultant investigating a UFO abduction, received a phone call from a man claiming to represent a UFO organization. Immediately after hanging up, the visitor appeared at his door. The description of the Men in Black was this man in black was bald. He had no eyebrows or eyelashes. He was pale. He had plastic-like skin, like a doll. Bright red lipstick, dark suit, suede gloves. He spoke in a monotone, made coins disappear or change, demonstrating some sort of power he had. And he warned Hopkins to destroy his research and tapes, then dematerialized. Hopkins was alone at home. The account is often cited for its supernatural elements. And again, here's that weirdness that appears in the MIB mystery time and time again. These guys show up, but there's something off about it. They don't appear like a modern day deep state intelligence agent would appear. Instead, they show up in suits that are outside of our timeline. In other words, they'll show up in suits that were manufactured in the 1950s. They'll be driving a car that was manufactured in 1946, and it looks like it just rolled off the assembly line. That often have been seen with wires coming out of their pants legs, which is very, very odd, right? And I mentioned the so-called Zeppelin craze of the 1800s, the airship sightings of the 1800s earlier, because it's in that you find the same weirdness take place. It is part of the phenomenon that appears outside of our timeline. In other words, it was presenting technology to the people below that was just barely beyond their grasp. And what ends up happening? We create big Zeppelins and big airships that for all intents and purposes are mimicking what eyewitnesses saw in the 1800s. And here you have the men in black showing up in suits that are not current fashion, in cars that weren't manufactured for decades but appear brand new. And it's in this little detail that you can begin to peel back a little corner of this mystery and begin to open up some points of speculation about what would cause that to occur. In my book, Paranormal Planet, I theorize that the Earth was actually seeded by a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. A Type 3 civilization is so old, so advanced, so incredibly ancient, really, that it has survived not destroying itself. It has survived perhaps other planetary wars, and it has gone on to colonize the entire Milky Way galaxy. It now stands unchallenged and in full control of the entire galaxy. That's a Type 3 civilization. And it's quite possible, if that exists, and the famous mathematician and astrophysicist Enrico Fermi often made this point, that if they exist, the absence of them on our doorstep would in itself be highly significant, right? In other words, if they exist and the mathematical probabilities almost absolutely guarantee that they do, then you would see evidence of that on your doorstep. And that is exactly what I predict and theorize that the UFO phenomenon really is, and why it goes back all the way to caveman drawings. And if that's the case, is it possible that the Type 3 civilization utilizes what are called von Neumann probes? And von Neumann probes are self-replicating nanotechnology that is artificially intelligent, meaning it will go from planet to planet, self-replicate, and then continue on its way throughout space in its own exploration, all the while sending all of that intelligence and data back to the host planet, right? Well, is it possible that through all of that artificially intelligent sort of technology that a Type 3 civilization would be utilizing in order to farm entire planetary systems into its fold? Get a few details wrong about the society on that planet, about the complex things like fashion, like car types, like things that make us distinctly human, and things that may not know that we notice that it doesn't realize. In other words, artificial intelligence isn't perfect. And there's no reason to believe that it ever achieves a perfection down to the point where it could actually produce biological robotic beings like a man in black and then clothe it in fashion that makes it stand out. Puts it into a car for transportation that makes it stand out. Not on purpose, but because it just doesn't quite understand the fine little details that go into making up human society. And so it just gets that wrong. Is that possible in the Men in Black mystery? I think it is. I think it's highly possible. I think it's also highly possible that just like the airship sightings of the 1800s, just like the hitchhiker effect that we see attaching itself to the UFO phenomenon, and just like some of these scientists suspect that this is all leading us back to a singular entity of some kind, right? It doesn't escape my attention that Dr. Gary Nolan, one of the chief scientists involved in all of the Pentagon's UFO research and the man who was tapped in order to study the ill health effects caused by the UFO phenomenon on the human body, actually claims to have an entire car full of witnesses that he believes to be completely authentic. And what did they see? They saw a vast, gigantic spacecraft float over their car, which had a panoramic roof. They could see right through the roof, so they could see the whole craft. As it went over, it looked to 4 out of the 5 witnesses like a gigantic UFO. The 5th witness in the car only saw a tiny little orb of light going over the car. Is it possible that that tiny little orb of light was projecting the image of a large craft into the minds of those other human beings? And was it doing so, just like the airship sightings of the 1800s, projecting into the minds of the observers a technology which is just outside their grasp? A common theme, right? Could it be that that's all just planted by a Type 3 civilization in order to lead us to the next stage of technological advancement? The crime-fighting duo have zeroed in on a threat. I think that's okay, guys. But I think that's a very interesting theory. Is it an exotic paranormal theory? Yes, but that's what we do on the show, and that's what I do in my books. So it's interesting to me that Fox News just this last week ran a big story on their 4 o'clock show. And that big story had to do with a retired Rear Admiral from the United States Navy who appeared live on the show. And he was able to basically, hang on just a second for me, guys. Some activity, I just released the hounds to go take care of it. So, but he was able to state that he knew for a fact that there were aliens in the ocean. That matches perfectly all of the testimony coming out of sailors in the U.S. Navy saying they saw craft coming up out of the ocean on numerous occasions, right? It matches another Navy admiral who claims that, or rather a congressman who claims a Navy admiral told him that they were currently tracking an object that was over a mile wide through their oceans. That's not a craft. That's like an underwater city. Right? Is it possible that whatever this alien civilization is underneath the waves of our planet, is it possible that they are responsible for the Men in Black phenomenon? And I might add to that if there is a type of species, highly advanced technological species living in the world's oceans, it may not be that those beings are the same ones that are coming here interdimensionally. In other words, there's a really interesting theory put out there by Dr. Gary Nolan that it's possible that there was a secondary species on this planet that was human-like but not human, that became extremely advanced well before we did. So advanced that they were able to basically use their technology to hide their presence from the surface humanity. And probably did so for various reasons. There are many ancient accounts of beings coming up out of the ocean to present to humanity knowledge on how to basically form civilization, language, culture, art, the whole thing. Look into the Dogon tribe of Western Africa, who have an entire oral and religious history based on that. It's interesting because the Dogon actually possess knowledge of the Sirius star system that no Stone Age people should have ever possessed. And they weren't discovered until 1935. Their knowledge of the Sirius star system wasn't proven true until 1972 when they invented a really advanced telescope. How is it that the Dogon tribe of Western Africa, who traced their lineage all the way back to ancient Egypt, had knowledge like that? And they claimed that beings from the ocean, alien-like beings, came up and gave them that knowledge. They refer to those beings as the Nomos. And not only that, but they claim that the Nomos will make their presence known once again on this planet to humanity, and they refer to that day as the Day of Fish. Very interesting stuff. Could it be that all of that's interrelated? It could very well be, but I highly suspect examining the little oddities of the Men in Black themselves, the suits that are out of place, the technology that's out of place, the cars that are out of place, the language that they use, all of those things are little tiny indications that the Type 3 civilization that actually controls them just doesn't get some of the finer details of our human society. That's my working theory, and I'm going to keep working on it. And next week, we will be actually examining some interesting stuff. We're going to examine an exotic mathematical equation that one can use to apply to any mystery and or conspiracy to help solve it. It is the subject of my new book, The Architecture of a Rabbit Hole, and it is available on Amazon now. Check it out. And until then, guys, I will see you on the radio.
Great show, Jack. Great show.
Thank you.
We'll hold here until I get cleared from TMV Cafe.
Cool.
And then we'll switch over to Nancy's group in about a minute.
Okay. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back.
All right, folks. Going to be setting up here real quick. Well, not real quick, but shortly for the Vixen's Vault, which will be the last show of the night. So stick around, more to come. And Jack's filling in for Nancy for the first part. Hopefully she'll be in pretty quick.
Absolutely.
Looks like Mark isn't going to be with us. He's not feeling good. I seen that post earlier, and Mark Edworthy. And David may be late, but because he's taken some, I think, what is it, rocket pictures. He's in Florida, so he takes a lot of those.
I saw that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I told him, send me some, and I'll put them up in the streams. But
Yeah.
I don't know if he can do that, because I think he sells some of those. Because he's
Right.
he's still kind of like a semi-retired professional photographer. So yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, he took a bunch of the shuttle before too, and there's some huge ones. So, but he never sent them to me. One of these days, I'm going to get him to do that. Kind of like getting you down here one of these days too, so we can go looking around for pterosaurs. So
Love it. I would love it.
Me too. All right, I'm going to switch us over, and I'll see you over on the other side.
Okay, sounds
right.
good.
Jack Carey, Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up right now is the Vixen's Vault to finish out the night. Get everybody in as soon as we can. Where's Vicky at? I don't see Vicky in here. Oh, there she is. Hey, Jack. You there?
I'm here.
All right. Switch view. Still calling folks up, so
Sure.
let's see what we do here. Do that. Get us back over here on the OBS. Switch us so that folks can see who is talking and who is not. Okay, that's fixed. Uh-oh. Might just be you and me. Till we get more folks in. But I don't know what Nancy wants to talk about tonight.
Don't either. I was going to talk about just current political conspiracy stuff.
Yeah. Either that or we just carry on from what you did, and then we just pick up from when she comes in, and we'll get it going one way or the other, right?
Sure.
There's David. Let me see if I can get David in here. Hey, David, how's it going?
It's going good, Mark. You got my messages?
Yeah, are you you're not gonna be in, or you are?
Oh yeah, I am. I got clouds. I had a thunderstorm
Okay.
between me and Cape Canaveral.
Okay, so it's just the three of us right now, but Nancy and Nat
Yeah.
should be in shortly. We got
Hey,
30
Jack,
seconds.
how you doing?
Good. How's it going, David?
It's going. It's going.
Good.
David, I want you to send me some pictures and that of those takeoffs and those launches one of these days too. Kind of like you sent me for the other deal. I mean, for the animals, the wildlife.
Did you see any of the two shuttle pictures I put up there from
No, you never sent
98?
those to me. But anyways, 3, 2, 1, and we're live right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everybody, to Vixen's Vault. This is the show of Nancy Planeta, and I am filling in for her today just for a little while. She'll be joining us soon, but and we probably have a few other guests show up in our round table. But tonight we've got David Campione, and we've got Mark with us as usual. We're sort of talking about, we were talking about the last show, the Men in Black, David. So,
Oh, is that right? Oh, cool.
yeah, so, and kind of trying to figure out how they figure into the greater kind of conspiracy happenings on this planet, right? The weirdness of it all, with their suits being out of date and their cars being weirdly from it looks like a brand new Cadillac from 1954.
Yeah.
Just rolled off the assembly line,
Uh-huh.
It makes
I had a little dealing with two guys in a Men in Black. In what the heck was it? It was in the 70s.
Wow.
And I was visiting my dad. My dad had lost his eyesight. He only had 10% vision from an industrial accident where he worked in a factory. And and I came home one time. I was working in northern New Jersey, and I came home, and there was because he was telling me that he could see what he could see was in black and white, and there were two guys sitting in the car across the street from his house. He said they've been there almost for 5 days. He called the police, and the police never showed up and did anything. So the only thing that I did, I used to hunt back in those days, Jack. So I grabbed my 12 gauge shotgun. And because it was at my dad's house, and I walked out, and I went to, it wasn't loaded, and I went to put it in the car, and I was walking down the driveway to put it in my vehicle, and these two guys, they just took off because they figured he's coming over with a shotgun, and then that was it. That was the only dealing I had with those guys. And I never pointed it at him either. So it was just, I just carried it out over my arm.
So was he a UFO witness or what? Why were they there?
Well, I just think they were, because he was researching since '48, my dad, and
Gotcha.
he just didn't. He didn't pull any crap. I mean, he was as honest as the day as the days are with the sun coming up, and they just didn't like him. They just didn't like him because he was giving out too much positive information about the spacecraft.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So, but what do you make of the whole recent trip to the moon, and then all the missing scientists and the missing?
It's crazy. I don't know. I just I have the only thing I can think of, when I was telling my sister about this the other night, the only thing that comes to my mind is I've met two ETs in my life so far, and the last one was, the most recent one was about, what was it, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, in a grocery store, this lady. And the only thing because she always said they've always been here. And my dad always knew that they were here because of the RCA Radio Corporation of America. They had a clean area which they built a golf ball, a huge golf ball which was the 360-degree radar system, and out in Morristown, New Jersey, in southern New Jersey, and I just think that these people who are disappearing, maybe this is their time to go back. I mean, they come down here and they volunteer and they work their way into the system, and then they design things or go into the military, and then they're done. Their volunteer work is done. So they could have just walked away. But the only thing is where they're killing them. That's bothersome. I don't understand that. I don't, unless they're what do you call them? Doubles, drones.
Right. Well, there's there is the terrestrial theory too that I'm entertaining, that perhaps one of these other countries, China, Russia, what have you, who's also attempting to back engineer alien technology, has hitmen here, assassins that are slowly taking out the scientists involved with our own anti-gravity research. I think that that's highly possible, and I don't think that they would admit to it, like Kash Patel at the FBI or anybody like that would ever say anything like that, because it would basically, implicate them in the fact that we have that technology. So,
yeah. Now, the only thing I don't think it's China, because China. My sister listens to Coast every night, because and she lives out in Nevada, not far from Area 51, and she says that they've had some guy. They've been doing it like George Norrie's been doing it like 2 or 3 times a week, dealing with the missing people, and one guy who wrote a book about them. Or when they were only a few missing, and he said there's 6 missing from China. So, I mean, I don't know how he got where he got his informations from, and it could be Russia. Russia's also working on anti-gravity, also. Yeah, as you know.
Oh yeah. There could be even more nefarious things at work, because one of those whistleblowers that came out claimed and testified to the Congress and all of that. He claimed that, and it's interesting because his job was to go on to the internet that only the intelligence agencies have. They have their own internet, and that's how they share information. And, files get deposited on that internet for other intelligence agencies to look at. And his job was to go around and eliminate those old files. And one of those files talked about a top secret operation called Immaculate Conception. And the key part of the takeaway for me on the details of it was that they were utilizing U.S. nuclear submarines, which I used to serve on one, to spy on Russian vessels who appeared to kept going out to these extremely remote locations in the ocean, far away from anywhere where you would think they would be going. And they did it time and time again. Well, we started sending submarines to spy on what they were doing, and they were recording the Russian Navy actually rendezvousing with what appeared to be UFO craft.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's some spooky stuff. Or were they back engineered craft? I don't know. And who knows? He didn't know either, but that was his testimony. And
Was that Grosh? Grosh? What's his name? Grosh?
Grush. No, that wasn't Grush. It was one of the other three guys that came out after him.
Yeah, there was one guy named with his last name began with an L, and I can't remember what it was, his full name. But he had a lot of information. Of course, Bob Lazar, years ago, he brought it out because he was hired to back engineer the craft not in Area 51, near Area 51. It was called S4, and that's what the movie's about. Is S4 with Bob Lazar,
right?
And on Disclosure, and I think who was it? Spielberg put the movie out, or directed it, or produced it, or something.
Yeah, it could very well be, or had some hand in it, the whole thing. But yeah, I hear that it's quite the documentary. I still need to watch it myself, actually. So. But, Bob Lazar was right about a ton of stuff, and a few things he may have been wrong about could easily be explained away by the fact that they could have been feeding him, some misinformation along with the real files. That's what you do in counterintelligence, so that if somebody does talk, they look like they're crazy. You know what I mean? Or you can basically say, oh no, they were wrong about this or wrong about that, so the whole thing must be wrong, when in fact it looks like he was right about a great deal of what we're talking about these days with disclosure and everything else.
One of the things with which I remember when Art Bell first had him on, 30 years ago or 30 some years ago, he went up to Bob Lazar was walking past it, and he put his hand on the space on the saucer that was sitting in this hangar somewhere, wherever he was at, and he just rubbed it up. He just lightly put his hand on it as he was walking around it, and he said, but he didn't feel anything other than it just felt like metal or something. I don't know. I just can't remember, but he just put his hand on it. It's just, why not?
Yeah, why not? I would be tempted to do that. It's interesting because the helicopter pilot that claimed that he was the guy that they utilized to retrieve downed UFO craft with his helicopter, and he had video footage of the egg-shaped craft below his aircraft and all of that. It's amazing how soon people forget this kind of evidence, but he came out and he said that he got an overwhelming emotional feeling when he picked up that egg-shaped craft of some kind of feminine feeling and of love. How weird is that? But that was his testimony in the whole thing.
Gee, I wonder if Bob Lazar would have actually touched that UFO had he known what happened to Princeton over in England at the time.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that would have happened to him too? Oh my God.
What happened to him, Mark? I don't know about that.
Oh,
he touched it?
Yeah, Princeton. Who was the other guy was with him? His two Air Force security forces over there.
Yeah, I remember that.
One touched it, but it was a triangle craft, and when he touched it, it downloaded information to him because he was like, "What's all these symbols on here?" And then he started writing binary for years, and then they took and coded it. Had it decoded. I think Lyndon Moulton Howe was the one that broke the story on that.
Yeah. They had a computer.
Was it Lakenheath? No, Bentwater. Bentwater.
Yeah,
Bentwater.
RAF Bentwater. Yeah.
What is Rendlesham? Was it that another landing?
Yeah, that's the area.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So that wasn't the guy's last name.
No, Princeton was one of the guy's names.
Yeah, Jim Pennison. Yeah.
Yeah, and who was the other guy? I can't remember. Princeton was the NCO in charge, I believe.
Yep, and what was it? Major Holt, I think was his name.
Yeah, he was there too. Yeah, they came out 2 nights and saw it.
Yeah,
and I wonder, and it's never been discussed, if those guys ever got a visit from MIB.
Well, one of them claimed that they got that government agents did show up and injected them all with sodium pentothal, and yeah,
that does not surprise me. I mean, it was Cold War era time, so.
Oh yeah, it's a nuclear base. We're housing nuclear weapons there, which shows the fascination with our nuclear weapons time and time again.
Yeah. And they were patrolling the MUNs, which is a place where they house those.
Right. And one of the interesting things that kind of came from that Princeton download, and they translated it, right? And it said something, I'm summarizing here, but it basically said, for continuous human advancement. And then it went on to state a series of longitude and latitude coordinates, right? And those coordinates were various places around the world. Like one was Sao Paulo, Brazil. One was like in the Middle East. One was at RFA Bentwaters, it was UK. One of those locations listed was for a mythological island that never existed. It was called High Brazil. Brasil, and it was supposed to be off the coast of Ireland. There were historic accounts of some sailors seeing something that looked like an island, but it was never, nobody ever landed on it or anything like that. And it doesn't exist. Never existed in history as far as we can tell, and doesn't exist today. So how is it that this highly advanced craft had a geologic coordinate on it that doesn't match perfectly with our geology or our geography, on this planet? It doesn't make any sense, but it does match the weirdness of things being out of place with the MIB phenomenon.
Yeah, what really gets me about that island, too, is there's another island off of Mexico that has a similar kind of story to it. Sailors go up, and and then it kind of disappears. It's not there all the time because it's in an area where it could be contested nationally. All right, so the government wanted to know, so they sent ships out. So that's another really interesting story if people go and look that up.
You think it might phase in and out the island?
Yeah, I think that there's other places like that, like this island that Jack's talking about, and possibly that's, maybe it was a last-ditch effort from Atlantis too to do some stuff like this. If we're between dimensions that phase in and phase out, well, what can really hurt us? They get the best of both worlds, and they can, and they might be in a, have it in a way that, when certain things come up, they can phase it out, so they don't get hurt.
Yeah. Or is it possible that what they're seeing is one of these underwater UFOs?
Possibly, and That's a good point, Jack.
Yeah, a large one. Yeah, a large UFO. Because there have been estimates of 100 miles in length, and off the California coastline. This was decades ago, and it could be something like that. It's quite possible.
Yeah,
Wait.
just very strange.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, all this stuff is strange. But have you ever been encountered with the MIBs at all, Jack or Mark?
Not me.
Not, and I've always expected them to show up, and they just never did. Can't really explain that one. They should have.
Well, where Mark grew up at in Pennsylvania, there was that acorn shape.
Well, actually, where I grew up is called the Pennsylvania Triangle. All right.
Yeah.
So not only do we get UFO, we get Bigfoot, Dogman, and a lot of spiritual type activity. So it's just a weird area to begin with. And there's a place out there too called Gravity Hill, and I've been there. It's the strangest thing, but once it's explained to you, you go, oh, okay, it's an optical illusion. All right, so where you think your car is going up the hill on its own, but it's not. Mm-hmm. It's actually going down the hill. It's just an optical illusion.
I've seen that on the document.
And, around that area too. I used to, work, go fishing and other things out there, because that's the area I lived in when I was a kid. Time loss is another big thing. There's a couple times when I went to work and came home, I've lost like 2 hours where I was, and I got, cornered on, but where was I? I'm like, look, and you can see you can see, and what were you doing down there? I'm like, I'm on my way home, and I can't believe it's so dark, and I'm just getting home,
Wow.
But yeah,
you didn't see it. You didn't see anything
Nothing.
prior to that,
Nothing.
right?
But,
Nothing. Huh?
That kind of stuff goes on all the time around there. There's huge quartz, iron ore, coal, and other mineral deposits, even sulfur. And who knows how all that, at times during certain, atmospheric times will, create something. I think it's possible. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen probably more often in certain areas. And that's probably where people also get lost in time. Or not lost in time, but lost out in those missing 411 cases as well. Some of that happening with that. You may call it portal. Who knows? That could be a portal, or it could be, that when you're traveling through an area like that, even though you're traveling at that speed, everything around you might be traveling a lot slower or faster. Okay? So to make your time, and when you get out of that, you've lost time.
Yeah.
So, kind of interesting.
Time slips happen.
Time slips do happen, and when I was in the service, a lot of that happened. But and I was always amazed when I'd go places at certain places and be with certain groups that it would happen more. But anyways, we need to go to break, and when we come back, we'll be right back with a little bit more Jack Carey, and hope so that we can get our hostess in here soon. All right? So we'll be right back after this, folks. All right, guys, we're on break. Let me try to get
Nancy was on a different Vixen's vault, because I was typing with her before we got on with the show, and it wasn't on this site. It was on another one, another Vixen's vault.
Oh, okay, that's why. Let me hang up, and we'll go over there. Yeah, that's what I did. I got on the wrong one. All right.
No, you did good.
No. I'm on the wrong Legion of Chaos. I should be on Legion of Chaos 1. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm
guys,
on now.
I'm going to hang up, and I'm going to bring us right back with the proper one. All right.
Okay.
And then hopefully I can get Nancy and everybody else in here. All right. All right. Be right back. Got the wrong. I got a little ahead of myself on that one. There we go. That's the right one. Nancy, Mark, Jack, David. Hang up, David, so I can call you in.
Hello?
Hello, Vicky. Sorry,
Hello?
I called the wrong deal earlier. All right, the wrong group.
That's okay.
Welcome back, Jack. David didn't hang up yet, so I don't know what's going on over there.
Nancy's almost done and she'll be joining us. So.
Is that what she said? Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Hi there, Vicky.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, I
Good, how are
didn't
you?
mean to get you guys, get into the wrong deal, but, I got kind of in a rush, and that's what happens. There we go, folks.
No degrees.
Yeah, we were talking about Men in Black. We were talking about, was it Time Slips? And
Yep.
what else were we talking about? Catch everybody up. Well,
The missing scientist.
missing scientists, too.
Yeah, Mrs. Yeah, Vicky's in here now. Yeah. Yeah, and I saw Nancy typing. I just got back on here and I was on another site and I saw her typing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you clued us in.
That was my fault. Thanks, because I would never noticed that until after everything was done and over with. I don't think Mark's going to join us because he said something about being sick. Let's see if
He's
Otto
got a
can
bad
come in.
cold. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's getting ready to turn 50.
Who?
Mark Airworthy.
Oh, what a young pup.
You've got
Hey,
that-
Otto, how you doing?
Who called me?
I did. Can you come in for a little bit? Otto, you there? We got about 30 seconds until we're
Oh, he
back
pulled
on
out.
there. Yeah, I guess he's working or something.
Yeah.
Excelsior.
Anyways. Ooh. Vicky, turn your microphone down just a hair. Maybe
Okay.
one notch. All right? Getting some feedback off you. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're live right now.
Ready to Vixen's Vault. We're here with David Campione and Vicky Bass and Mark, the producer, and we're all doing good. So we're talking about Men in Black, we're talking about missing scientists, and all kinds of crazy conspiracy. How you doing tonight, Vicky?
Well, I'm doing well. Yes. Talking about scientists. My husband is one, so I'm glad he's not missing. I know exactly where he is.
Thank God he's not missing, or he'd be in a lot of trouble and wouldn't be out and would not get his dinner tonight, right?
Well, it would be bad news for all of the Vast family, that's for sure.
Yeah, hey Jack, with the missing people, the thing that got me was the general walked away with his gun, as his pistol, and he just walked away into the woods. But his assistant, I think they murdered her or she committed suicide. And I can't recall which it was. And now we're up to what, 13 missing from what I understand.
A lot of missing people, so
yeah, it's important people. Yeah.
Important people. It's interesting to me because I recall the missing 411 phenomenon. Author David Paulides wrote one of the books that he wrote was about high IQ individuals going missing, and there were like 3 major scientists who all went missing in the desert within a very short period of time when he wrote that book, and that was like 10 years ago, something like that. So it's like a weird pattern that happens.
Yeah, that is strange. Yeah, but you never know. I mean, you just don't know what's who. I mean, whether it's ETs or whether it's our government. I'm where I live at. I'm really out of the loop, and all I have is the internet. So there's not a lot that goes on around here, other than the wild animals. But yeah, that's very interesting. And but the general. I mean, what Mark, was he an Air Force general or Jack? Do you know?
Yeah, he was Air Force. In fact, he was one of the people who ran Right Pat. Hold on here. We got someone coming in.
Yeah, it's Nancy. I just clicked her in.
There you go. Well, if it isn't our hostess.
Hostess with the mostest.
Yes,
Nancy,
right.
your mic is muted.
I just noticed that.
Well, anyways.
The hostess with the mostest.
Yeah. Anyways, we were talking about black Cadillacs, smoking cigars, and fishing, islands that disappear and reappear. And what else was there, Jack? I think the cloud of smoke just got me.
Yep. Men in Black, Rendlesham. It was all leading us in. It was all leading us in a general direction. So.
Well, continue. Although Rendlesham, I was very, very close to Peter Robbins for years. While he was writing the second book on Rendlesham, and he was absolutely horrified about Larry because of everything that happened with that particular part of the case. But it didn't. To me, I always told Peter it didn't take away from the validity of a lot of the evidence that was gathered out there, Bentwaters and Rendlesham Forest. I was like, minus, the military BS and probably government interference, there's a lot to be said. And in fact, Mark might have told you, my friend Matt Moniz, who he's up at MIT, but he is actually a full scientist with lots of credentials, and he tested the soil at Rendlesham and was really, I guess you could say, upset with what he found because there was a lot of radiation in the soil. Couldn't explain it because it didn't match any of the surrounding soil. But, I think Jack had to jump. I'm sorry, Jack. I love you. Thank you for standing in for me.
You're very welcome. I will shout at you guys next week.
It's nice to see
you later.
All right,
Good night, Jack.
Aren't we just a depressing small little group tonight? Look at us. It's just little.
Says who?
We've got Mark Edworthy, who's sick as a dog. Poor guy. I feel bad because when he left the message today, I thought, oh yeah, I think Vicki and I know exactly what he's talking about. We've been there many times. And then Roger, if you're listening, I'm really going to bump your head into a wall. I swear to God, I am. But I mean, otherwise, guys, I don't know where he was going with the Men in Black. Where was he going with that momentum? Can somebody bring me up to speed?
we were talking about the history of Men in Black on his show, and just kind of continued it over. And we talked a little bit about something that happened in, I believe, Europe or something. Oh, we were talking about Peniston, and how he touched a UFO. And I was like, Bob Lazar, I didn't say it, but Jack said, Bob Lazar touched a UFO on S4. I'm like, man, I don't know if he would have done that if he would have known what happened to Peniston over there.
But again, Sometimes I think whatever these objects are, whether they're, because I mean, I don't know if UFO is the correct terminology, because God knows if they're even flying. We don't even know what we're seeing. They could be holograms for all we know. But I will say, I think that there's a frequency link. Like when certain people touch it, if they're resonating at a certain frequency, it almost acts like a binary bridge and a download. Because there's been more than one occasion where actually the abduction victims have had basically the same type of, I don't know how you say it, memory takeover. And I always, you know what, I always find it funny that, like, again, here goes Hollywood. Like the Transformers, if you watch, I think it's the first 2 Transformers movies, where the kid, when he touches his grandfather's glasses and all of a sudden he's seeing code everywhere he goes and it drives him nuts.
Mm-hmm.
To me, every time I watch something like that, I think, again, it's like a subliminal message within a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because we knew of cases where that had actually happened to people involved in abduction cases or in cases of a hands-on situation. So it's, yeah, but I'm still struggling to this day as to what exactly this all is, to be very honest with you. I mean, they released the UFO files. We all saw that this week. And it's really funny because I'm a big follower of the Black Vault. I don't know if you guys are or not. Vicky, I doubt it. Dave, you might be. But the Black Vault is basically they take all the records, they take MUFON, they scrape everything, and they put it into like a giant file that you can access. That includes all government disclosures and basically whistleblower testimonies, all that, all in the Black Vault. And one of the things he was talking about today was that he had posted everything he had gotten with the release, and we knew that because people were referencing it. But he said within 12 hours of him posting, files began self-deleting.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And he said when he contacted the DOJ about that, because it was the DOJ that released, or actually it was the Department of War, it was Hegseth. When he contacted them, yeah, didn't you find that interesting, Dave? It was Hegseth that released it. Yeah, I was like, huh, I'm glad we're all paying attention to which department's doing what. But when he contacted the Department of War, he was told that it was them doing it, but it was because they had accidentally cloned files. So they were deleting cloned files. But it was in such a rapid sequence because there was a tremendous amount of material released. So anybody who's doing due diligence, it's going to take a while. You know that. It's like the JFK files. Yeah. I don't think anybody's fully gone through those files to date. Because there's so many of them. No, they can't. You can't possibly. Even if you chopped it up between 200 people, you'd still be going months and months just trying to, if you're doing due diligence. I'm not saying you put it through AI and have AI give you a freaking opinion, because that's cheating. Right. Due diligence means you get in there and you read every single word, every single sentence. Why does that matter? Because I know there's a lot of people out there that says, it doesn't really matter, the AI can scrape it. And it's like, no, AI does not understand metaphor. It doesn't understand simile. It doesn't understand connotation. It doesn't understand or have the ability to jump backwards and check past history files that might mirror or parallel the information. Only humans do that. That's, it's why I said AI is really dangerous, because it gives people a sense of comfort. And without human intervention and human input, AI is pretty much an idiot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only thing it's really good at is processing. It's incredibly fast processing, but it's basically, excuse the expression, Mark, cover your ears. It's shit in, shit out.
Mm-hmm. True. It's true.
Anyways, have you seen what Richard Dolan has been putting out here lately?
No, actually, I have not been following Dolan at all, to be very honest with you.
He did a really, really good synopsis of the media and government and the relationship, as well
boy.
as he went real deep into how the intelligence agencies pay over 400 reporters.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Yep.
So who
And
controls
the
free
actual-
media? Well,
Well,
maybe
it's not even
6
just that.
companies and the government.
It's not. Yeah, I was going to say they're paying bulk amounts to the companies, the overhead. I mean, and it's not just CIA. That's the thing. It's multiple agencies that are doing this. I mean, the Five Eyes are so entrenched,
As well as outside governments, he brought
Yep.
up.
and private companies. That is another thing that people miss altogether. They always want to jump into the intelligence, but you don't understand. The intelligence communities are funded by private corporations. I mean,
Right.
in a huge way. That's why I always say, follow the money. Follow the money, because it's not going to lie to you.
If you
It's
can get
trail.
hold of the money, right?
Yeah, it would be a good idea for
DARPA.
folks to go out there and check out his last stream from, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, where he talks about
Well,
it. He breaks it down in a PowerPoint, and it's like everything that he brought out about UFOs could go on to Wuhan and everything else.
Yep.
Huh.
Well, even this current hantavirus scare, which I'm laughing because there's already idiots out there with their stupid frickin' pictures with masks on their face. It's like, you're a retard. I'm
Well,
sorry.
they-
But you know what? That's
they
actually an
faked it.
insult
No,
to
come
people
on
who
now.
actually have a learning
Now,
disability.
come on now.
Some
Is
of
that
that.
really happening, or is that something that they took from like 5 or 6 years ago to use? Because they
Well,
do that.
They're faking the videos of what they're putting out there now. They just put out one where they saw some guy walking in there and they're filming.
It's an exact duplicate of what they did with COVID. Like,
Yeah.
they are literally following the exact same script. They're right down to the filming. Like, I saw a video the other day where it was the guy, everybody in the hazmat suits getting ready to board the ship, and there's
Yeah.
the security guard standing there with them with shorts and a t-shirt on,
Yeah.
no mask, no nothing. I'm like, yeah, that's not good. That's COVID all over again.
And France said it was a norovirus. That's what France
Oh.
just put out.
Oh
It's
yeah,
a
that's the
norovirus.
Yep, the French are saying they just quarantined that ship. I saw that.
Yeah.
But it's, and not only that, but again, I'm going to jump back and say, Gene Hackman's wife died of hantavirus. Okay, that was a couple months ago, and it was a big deal. Remember, the wife and the dog died of hantavirus. Now, they never released, they always said that it was suspected Gene Hackman died of a stroke. Well, yeah, but they never gave us a definitive on what exactly killed Gene Hackman. And, somebody said to me, well, I always thought hantavirus didn't do what this is. I said, no, it doesn't. It doesn't jump to humans, between humans.
Yep.
That's not that kind of
Yeah.
virus.
I'm waiting for them to say, "Oh yeah, that's what happened to David Wilcock."
Oh yeah. Oh, or that's what happened to the scientists. They all had hantavirus and disappeared on a walk because they died behind a bush. Because it's like COVID, it just kills you like a lightning strike. Oh my God!
Yeah, I was listening to Glenn Beck the other Monday morning, and he had a nurse call in because they were talking about the on the ship, the hantavirus, and she said, now Vicky would know more better than I do, or Nancy would. This particular nurse was 25 years in the ER. She worked in the ER, emergency room only. And she said that ship you have to have special equipment to figure out the hantavirus. And that's what she was saying, because she says, I can't imagine that little ship having that equipment on there, because they didn't even know what it was, because that's how you figure it out. If you don't have the equipment, you can't figure out the disease.
Well, and I if you go back, sorry, Vic.
I mean, go ahead.
Well, if you go back to the beginning, the beginning of the story, let's go back to the beginning. It was, I believe, what I read was that somebody had died on the ship, and the body was there for several days, and they assumed it was a natural death until other people started getting symptomatic, and they were actually pulling into a port at that point. And that's why they had the equipment, because they were actually pulling into a port at that point. Now, I don't believe honestly, I don't believe any of it. One, because, I said, if this is a hantavirus, the Andes strain, the real special strain.
Doesn't jump. It doesn't jump to you.
Well, that's it. That means no, here's the thing. If it really is like COVID, if it really, really is the hantavirus, that's a gain of function.
Yeah, it's a side effect, or one of the things you could get from the COVID vaccine.
That's right. It was listed. It was listed as a side effect in Pfizer.
Was.
Correct. Correct. On like page 647 of side effects, which is pretty actually comical.
Yeah. Have they brought that out? I wish they'd put that out on commercials every day.
No, they still
the vaccine.
I was going to say, you still can't post on YouTube about the vaccine. They will take you
Is that
down
right?
if you post. They still will not let it be posted. You cannot.
Hey! We're on and we're streaming there now. Come on.
Well, yeah, but we're also not getting into detail, are we? But I mean, the thing is that, like I said, it's going to show how stupid people are. How many people are going to fall for this now, right? How many people are going to do the hantavirus dance? And again, you're already starting to see, videos of people coming, people on, oh God, the planes. Gets me every time. Passengers on a plane where one has the mask on and they're freaking out at every other passenger on the plane because they're not wearing masks. It's the stupidest. I mean,
like that's
sometimes
to protect you from something.
Dude, the fact that they even sold that, I know people in the medical field who were backing that up, and I'm like, what?
Why?
What? Where did you go to school? I mean, that's not even. You don't even have to go to medical school. That's just science. I mean, really?
I mean, they have to know with N95 with the kinds of things they wear in these, biolabs that are, level 4 or level 3.
Oh my God! No, they wear rebreathers.
I know.
It's like, they're fully on their own contained oxygen in those places.
Yep.
They don't wear it. In fact, N95s literally, I told you, I think I told everybody. In fact, Mark might remember, I actually have N95s from like 2017, 2018. And back then, when you opened up the package, the N95s, each individual N95 had a skull and crossbone warning on the front of it. Not to wear it longer than 20 minutes. Otherwise, death could result. Well, funny how that went away during COVID. Good luck finding an N95 that had that warning on it during COVID, because they didn't. And, there's a reason for that warning. A, you're cutting off your oxygen, morons. B, you're literally rebreathing every particle of bacteria and every dormant virus in your body. Over and over and over. And you're lowering your own immunity system while you're at it. It just was epic stupidity. And the 6-foot rule, oh my God.
There's no shots that they can give to eliminate that or to protect them?
For the hantavirus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, they just came out with the vaccine. Simultaneously.
So what's wrong with that picture?
Is it mRNA? Come on now.
Yes, it is an mRNA. Yes, it is.
Go figure. Same playbook, different name.
Yeah, I do believe, though, that Bobby Kennedy, one of the rules that they wrote in within the last 6 months, one of the actual guidelines is that the mRNA is now banned insofar as our vaccines go. But that's again, you have to be very careful, because anything mRNA is not a vaccine.
No, it's not.
And that's
gene therapy.
It's not a vaccine. It's just exactly it. It's gene therapy. So when they say vaccine, they may be talking about like real vaccines, and they're not saying, well, it's banned and gene therapy period is banned. That's not what they're saying.
Yeah.
So
that's problems.
Yep.
And you just have to hope and pray that they don't make any of those ones or try to change them over to mRNA. The other ones, of course, I think they didn't Trump say get rid of all of the vaccines?
Yeah. Well, the thing is
just
that
stop doing that.
Well, I think again, I don't think all vaccines are bad. I really don't. I think there's some that really had. I mean, I think back in the beginning,
smallpox
when they first started, yeah.
But like when they used that when Jenner did, or I think it was him, the smallpox. I mean, but they didn't add other stuff in it. They didn't put mercury in it, or they didn't put aluminum. To be a stabilizer. It was just, the dead or part of it, attenuated part of it, the non, lethal part of it, and saline. That was it. That's. But no, then they had to start messing with it.
Actually, with the smallpox vaccine, it was a live cowpox strain with saline. But it was incredibly effective, and it did its job. And now, moving on from that, though, you had the polio vaccine, which I think was BS completely. And they said, well, it got rid of polio. No, sterile conditions got rid of polio. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the timelines and the parallel timing on when medicine decided, oh, gee, we might need to sterilize the equipment. Oh, gee, we might need to clean. When those practices started coming into play and became stricter and stricter, that is when we started to see polio disappear. So again, to me, polio was not a matter of the vaccine. It was a matter of cleanliness.
Yeah.
But, now we find out, of course, that the polio vaccine gave people cancer.
Well, a lot of those vaccines are supposed to have given children cancer.
No, I can't even... Oh, you know what? I'm just looking at the time. I'm looking at the time and saying I've got 1 minute to get this out of my mouth. When it comes to like Gardasil and things like that, thank you, Dave. The HPV vaccines, I get nauseous every time I think about it because I know the VAERS report on Gardasil, and it's horrifying.
Yep.
I mean, that's the one where young girls were literally, it was causing them to have strokes. One girl actually, still to this day, she can't walk forward. It completely screwed with her motor neurons. She can only walk backwards. Now, imagine that. Imagine that. And this is all for a vaccine for human papillomavirus, which, and they do commercials. You see the commercials all the time for Gardasil.
Uh-huh.
And you know what age? I was going to say, you know what age group it's aimed at? 8 to 12 years old. Yeah, 8 to 12 years old.
Yeah.
For a sexually transmitted disease. 8 to 12 years old.
Yep.
It's sick. Like I said, I get so mad every time I see that commercial. I'm like, that's actually child abuse.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's a form of sexual exploitation, and it's wrong. 8 to 12 years old, you shouldn't be having a conversation with your child about sexually transmitted diseases. Oh my God. Who in their right mind exposes their kids to that at that age? They're kids. They're children.
I know. It's just...
Alrighty, and Dave's yelling at me, break. I'm breaking! I'm hitting the brake. Folks, hang in there. We're going out for a long break. When we come back, we're going to continue with the Vix's Vault. Sorry I was late tonight. We'll be right back.
All right, we're on radio break.
I am so sorry about my voice. I am like losing my voice. Ah!
You got allergies down there? You still got pollen?
Oh, God, dude. Like yesterday with that storm. Oh, my God. I've got like mountains of pollen. We had 2 tornadoes within, like one went through my backyard. No joke. My chicken.
I saw Hudson. I was worried about you. Yeah.
Oh, 2 of them hit Hudson. both tornadoes that were on the ground were in Hudson. And one was a little bit south of me, and the other one came right through my backyard.
Your chickens okay?
Oh, they were fine. They went under the hen house.
And the turkeys?
Oh yes, they went up in the trees. Believe it or not, because this thing only had they said it was like a 450-foot radius to it, but it was 85 to 100 mile an hour winds, and when you do that in a very small area, it's quite destructive.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't believe I went out back. I was like, oh crap.
Well, just to let you know that Barry says that he told us earlier on Censorship's show that Oklahoma had clear skies for the last 3 days. So
oh, be quiet over there.
They have not been spraying up there apparently. So.
Well, I kind of laughed because I had a feeling yesterday morning. I had looked at Rafi and I had said, because we could see the storms coming in off the Gulf. And I looked out, and he says, oh, it won't be that bad. I mean, it's early. And I looked at him, I said, oh, no. No, the Gulf is like a freaking boiling bathtub right now. We haven't had rain in like a month and a half. I'm like, it's dry. It's so dry out there. It's crazy. I was like, and we're going into the warming point of the day. And that's a cold front. I said, oh, heck no. The kinetics of that storm, it's going to be bad. Because, well, maybe it'll get over us.
Have you seen the new intro on your show?
I did. I saw that earlier this week. I was going to say something to you. My God, that's awesome, Mark.
Yeah, I did.
You did a great job.
I did some movie magic on the intro, so I'm like, okay. I was like, man, Nancy needs something new, and I figured I'd do that.
Refreshing.
Yeah.
New and refreshing. New and refreshing. But I know it's kind of funny. I had put up that post about Ben Rich, the one I'm constantly repeating, Ben Rich and the NSA God computer. And I made the connection for people finally where I think they finally get it, where I was like, you don't understand. The NSA let a public article be released in 2014 about a quantum system named God. That was actually Operation Hard Target. And the system was going to take over the internet. That was its job. I said, if that was going public, which it did, that meant that the system had already been in play and it was outdated.
Mm-hmm.
And they were replacing it with something else because that is how they work. Ben Rich said what he said about it would take an act of God to get the UFO files released. He said that in 1992.
Yeah. Was he talking about the actual
I think he was.
God, or was he talking about the computer God?
I think he was talking about the computer. I'm pretty sure he was. I was like, they have to tell you that is the one rule. It doesn't matter if you call it Satanism. I don't care what you're going to call it. I'm just going to call it really evil people.
Yeah. The dark side.
The dark side of the Force. They have to tell you.
I mean, isn't that funny? Isn't that weird? I think it's just sort of like they have rules, really?
Yeah, they have rules. Before we blow you up, we have to announce that we're going to blow you up.
Yep, they have to tell you.
It's like a courtesy thing with them.
Well, it's because it's
dark side's not the good side making them.
Well, it's kind of the way they look at the rules is they don't have to tell us. They can tell us as a joke. They can tell us in a movie. It can be fantasy fiction.
Yeah.
But as long as they say it, we, by not saying anything objectively to it, we accept it as a truth and we give permission.
Yeah.
And with that, I'm going to end this one and bring us right back. All right?
Okie dokie.
All right. Okay. Folks, be right back for more of Vixen's Vault. Hour 2. All right. Getting them back up. Rolling once again. Here's Vicky. Where's David?
Shalom.
There you are.
I'm here. Oh, somebody's in the lobby. Hang on. Who's in the lobby?
That's David. I got him.
I was going to say, David, are you stuck in the lobby?
Housekeeping.
The
Housekeeping.
AV is not for the Avon lady.
Avon lady.
Housekeeping.
Oh, good Lord.
Got the
Yeah,
Avon
but I
lady
mean,
and the hostess with the mostest. We got some Twinkies.
it's funny because, like I said, they dropped the UFO files, and you know, it's supposed to be this big deal, and it's really not that big of a deal.
No. But there are some things that probably weren't public record before.
Yeah.
Like Dolan was
Right.
saying, you know, like the Apollo 11 stuff was
Yeah.
brought out a lot more. All right. So, yeah, it was a big nothing, but for historic, I agree with him on that. And I don't take Dolan for, you know, everything he says or and what he believes in, but historically, when he does his homework, he really does, I think. And
I agree. And you know what? We're all going to have different opinions on.
Yeah.
None of us really knows the answer
no
except
one
the
knows
people at
the
the very
answer.
top.
And, you know, he even comes to that conclusion too. What's out there, no one knows, but if someone does, they're not going to tell us.
Well, that's the thing. Although I did find it interesting that in one of those scrapes, there was information that kind of verified that there were meetings that occurred post World War II. And that's something that, you know, Dwight Eisenhower's granddaughter talks about all the time.
Yeah.
That did happen. And I believe it happened. I just don't know, again, if we're talking outer space, inner space, or interdimensional.
Yep.
I just couldn't tell you.
Or all of them.
Yep.
You know,
or all the
I
above.
believe that,
Yep.
you know, there's all of them have a degree of belief. So, I mean, even when you go to, what is his name? Thor. Commander
Valiant.
Thor.
Yeah.
What was it? David, you know him.
Valiant Thor.
Valiant Thor, you know.
Val Thor, yeah.
Val Thor,
Yeah.
okay. You know.
Good, Vicky. Thank you.
So, you know, how did he get to meet all these people if he didn't have some sort of, like, really inside thing or, you know.
Yep.
And also, when you know, we were talking about Men in Black before, you know, when you think about Valiant Thor in that, and some of the description, and you take off his hair in that, and throw some glasses and a black suit on him, and have him driving around in a black Cadillac, well, you know, he fits that description.
He got the Blues Brothers.
Blues Brothers, that's right.
Well, again,
Taken over.
The original
so funny
ones.
because
The original
Yeah,
ones.
you have to-
Not the guys from Saturday Night Live that took the name over later.
Dan
No,
Aykroyd and John Belushi.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Aykroyd and Belushi actually
yeah.
got that. One under 30 seconds, but the actual
look like
Blues
MIBs.
Brothers were actually black. You know, which is, you know.
But you want to hear what's really crazy?
Here's your countdown, Nancy. 5,
Sure.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back, 10:04 p.m., Wednesday, May the 13th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the show. Sorry I was late coming in tonight. Had a couple things I had to take care of, but glad to be here now. It's really funny because on break we were talking about, you know, couple different rabbit holes, but the last one we were talking about was the Men in Black and the Blues Brothers. And Mark was making the point, no, not Aykroyd and Belushi, you know, the real Blues Brothers. But right as we were coming on air, I was about to make the point, but Aykroyd and Belushi, what's really interesting about them playing those characters is they were both, and Aykroyd still is, heavy-duty believers in UFOs. Both of them.
No kidding.
So,
yeah,
nope.
I knew Aykroyd was, but I didn't know.
So was
John.
Jackie Gleason.
Jackie
Yeah.
Gleason's another one. Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, literally, I find that so interesting that they played these characters that they had to have had knowledge of, even back in the 70s. Men in Black had been talked about for decades and decades and decades. So,
Weren't they in the in your Mothman thing? Weren't
yes.
they mentioned there?
Well,
Yeah.
actually, they were not mentioned specifically in the Mothman Prophecies by John Keel, but they were absolutely talked about, and still to this day are talked about in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which was ground zero for that event. That's where the Sterling Bridge
They
is.
were there, and the first photograph of them was taken there as well. We went over that in Jack's show.
Yep.
Wow.
So and I told you guys, I have a very personal connection to Point Pleasant. I've been there. Had a very brain-rocking experience while I was there, and no, it was not the Men in Black, and no, it was not the Mothman, but yes, it was like missing, getting hit by a semi-truck by a hair's breadth, and I have no idea what made me yank that wheel. But something made me yank my steering wheel last second, and a semi-truck came barreling around a blind bend. And had I not done that, I'd have been dead. So, with my kids, because my kids were in the car. But that was, that was also the case where literally we were going to see my boyfriend at the time's grandfather was dying in a hospital in Point Pleasant. That's why we were going there. And we literally pulled up. He ran into the room, and it was within seconds his grandfather passed away. I mean, literally seconds. So just very strange. And then I had a very weird experience there too at the, there's like all sorts of, I guess you could say gullies, areas that, and I kept asking, why are there seashells? Like there are seashells all in like the areas that are excavated out there. And I kept saying, we're in the mountains. I don't understand why there's seashells. But I kept having visions of tunnels, 2x2, parallel tunnels in that area when I was there. I could not shake it, no matter what I did. And then I kept dreaming about it, and I was hearing radios, people on radio, all different languages. It was the craziest thing. And I remember being told by, oh my gosh, what was his name? He's a cryptozoologist who he actually has the Mothman death list. He started the Mothman death list. I can't remember his name. But I had a conversation with him. And he says, well, there's a military base in there, and it's underground. I said, no, I did not know that. I said, I was more thinking, I knew I was in Algonquin Indian territory. And I kept thinking maybe it's just, this was sacred to them because of the frequencies. I remember thinking that back then. Maybe it's just I'm frequency sensitive, so maybe I'm just picking up on frequencies because of the acoustics of this area. But nope, the 2x2 tunnels I couldn't figure out. I was just like, why do I keep getting this vision of parallel tunnels? And the same thing happened to me at the Hudson River in New York. Kept getting like visions of parallel tunnels. So I don't know, guys. I have no clue what the hell or why I get I call it like almost lightning struck sometimes, where I have no clue what causes that to trigger. But I really think it has a lot to do with frequency. I just think I'm super sensitive. Oh God, no, I can't. Yeah, I'm like a dog.
Near a ley line.
Yes, I mean, I am serious, not the conjunctive ones. I mean, normal ley lines, I'm fine, but a conjunction, oh God, no. There's one in Paducah, Kentucky, almost killed me, literally. Had no clue. In fact, it took me, I never understood, did not understand why. I was driving through Paducah, and all of a sudden, I got super, super dizzy, and I was nauseated, and I was starting to white out, I almost passed out at the steering wheel. Pulled off, had to get a hotel room. I was shaking. Oh God. And I just thought I was just maybe I was sick. But next morning I was okay. And once I was past Paducah, I was fine. And a couple months later, I was looking at researching something with ley lines. And sure enough, there were 4 intersecting ley lines in Paducah.
Jeez.
And I was like, I drove right through it. Oh my God. Yep. But normal ley lines, I'm fine. Like I said, but otherwise I'm like a dog. You know how dogs, go to the bathroom on ley lines. I'm like, yep, I know where they're at. I can tell you where they're at, but not Not fun. Not fun at all. Wish I understood it. But otherwise, what's been going on, guys, this week? I mean, we had, like I said, the UFO file releases. More than that, we are seeing movement on the Barack Obama case. A lot of it. And some panic.
They're
Yeah,
going to indict him?
Yeah, I think so. If he's not singing like a bird already, because you forget, he lawyered up in early March. He hired like 8 criminal attorneys in early March. And once somebody lawyers up, yeah, usually they're going to do one of two things. They're either going to, talk mad game, or they're going to sing like a bird while talking mad game. So I don't know which one he's doing. My personal feeling is that Obama is going to probably not fare well, and he's probably going to jump country. He's probably going to leave.
Yeah, they think that he'll go to Kenya.
I don't even know if he'll go to Kenya, because pretty sure that would be stupid, because we'll probably have people waiting there for him.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly, God, think I'm going to go back to it. I think Hunter Biden sang like a bird. I think he turned state's evidence. I think Hillary Clinton sang like a bird. I mean, there's a couple people I can name that I think literally have just given everything over. And what we're seeing is a timed release of information.
Mm-hmm.
And people keep saying why, but I don't understand why. Like, even I did a huge posting the other day about Barack Obama and the Epstein files. And I said, people assumed that the reason the full files were not released was because of very important people being named in them insofar as sexual relations with children. But it's not just that. If the DOJ is building a case, and it can have nothing to do with really the Epstein case, but it has to do with information in those files. Those files cannot be released if there's an active investigation going on. And that's what I kept thinking. The files that are being held back are being held back because the DOJ's got something else. There's another investigation going. Whether it be the DOJ, it could be JAG, but there's somebody else. Yep. There's something else being actively investigated. I mean, even like I said, the money that Obama gave to Iran when he left office.
Yeah.
Billions. Billions.
Oh, $1.7 billion.
Yeah. Cash. All cash.
No. Now they're saying it may have been in gold. That could be where our missing gold went.
Oh, is that right? Oh, I thought it was cash. It was pallets of cash that they flew out of C5As over there with.
It was
maybe
pallets.
it was both. Yeah, maybe.
I was going to say it was pallets, but I don't think anybody ever identified what was in those pallets. But I do know one of the really interesting rumors I've heard over the last, 2 months since the Straits of Hormuz closed was that one of the reasons that tug of war was happening was because there
Hold
are
on,
ships
they're open
in the
again.
Straits.
Nope, they're closed. Sorry.
What? Oh, there he goes. Okay. What? I was like, hello. One of the reasons the straits were closed was because there were several cargo ships in the straits that were carrying our gold back to us.
Well, I didn't know that. Oh my gosh.
That's a rumor. It's a rumor. I can't confirm that, but it does make sense. It makes sense.
Yes.
So it makes sense that Trump announced on Sunday. He did an interview with Cheryl Atkinson on Sunday, and he said that they were going to inspect Fort Knox. And I know somebody had responded to me, oh, no, that was months ago. I'm like, oh, no, this just happened Sunday night. He did an interview with Cheryl Atkinson.
Months ago. They never went in months ago.
Nope. Doge audited, and we never heard the results of the audit.
Right. Correct.
And then we had all this stuff with Iran kicking in. And it does. That's why I said it makes sense that it might be those cargo ships in the Straits of Hormuz. They actually might be carrying our missing gold.
Well, what about our cake?
That's open again. No, it's closed.
What about our cake?
Yeah. Oh God, our cake. Oh yeah. No. Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting too that Trump's in China right now, and you notice the press is not really covering that very much. Probably because they don't know why the hell he's in China.
How can they
I
not know with all of those people in business, those the head of all the most important? How could they not know? But
well,
yeah,
and
okay.
and Elon Musk is with him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so is Tim Cook also.
Yep, yep.
yeah.
Some
Apple.
All the
very
big ones.
interesting things. Yep,
And
yep, yep,
Jensen. And
yep.
Jensen. Yep.
I think
So
it's over to silver. I think it's all about the silver.
I could very well be, but like I
Yeah.
said, I don't think Xi Jinping is an enemy.
No, he's not.
I really don't. I have not thought that for many, many decades. I just don't see it.
He's not. Neither is Putin.
No,
And
God, no. Putin is not. No.
yeah,
Mm-mm. No.
and we've been told many times, guess what? They're working together to straighten
Well,
this
and,
whole mess out.
you had and the other funny thing is that, we always, research tells you that, and just watching the first Trump administration, we saw alignments there. Okay. You saw Putin meet with Trump. You saw China. Xi Jinping was at Mar-a-Lago multiple times. Then you
Yep.
saw the Prince of Saudi Arabia, the new one, remember, because there was all those assassinations and deaths in 2017, right after the Las Vegas
Right.
massacre.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Again, timing is everything. And then all of a sudden you had, they were doing that huge welcoming for Donald Trump in Saudi. And he was participating. Yeah, he participated in that dance that no other Western leader had ever done. And that's kind of like, it was almost like a form of obeisance, which was really interesting.
Well, yeah, they gave him, it was the king dance.
Yep.
I mean, it was,
Yep.
he got the sword.
Mm-hmm. And then you had, of course, North Korea.
Yep.
He met with King Jong-un. So, again, there's a lot of evidence sitting there, but what you got to ask yourself is, who didn't he meet with? He didn't meet with the UAE, which I thought was really interesting because they're part of OPEC and Saudi and all that good stuff. Well, who left OPEC in the last 2 weeks? The UAE did. They actually extracted themselves from OPEC. Find that, again, very interesting. Why? Because the UAE is very, very closely aligned with Israel. Very closely. Like, they actually call their leader, the UAE leader, basically a Zionist because he's so closely aligned with Israel. Well, who do you think snuck off over the weekend and went to the UAE? Bibi Netanyahu.
Uh-huh.
So, again, you're seeing all these movements, all these moves and counter moves, and even Cuba. I'm keeping an eye on Cuba. Why? Because I had a dream about Cuba a couple of years ago that they would be playing a big part in whatever's coming. I think I've said that on the air here several times. Saw missiles coming from Cuba or the direction of Cuba. And it's funny because, you've got Cuba's got no oil, no gasoline, no nothing right now. They're getting strangled. And that is purposeful. Trump is purposefully strangling Cuba. Why? It's so funny because you hear Democrats. Well, you hear Democrats going, it's just because he doesn't like communists. Guys,
oh, please.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It has nothing to do with communism at all. It really doesn't. Not what's going on right now. It has everything to do with the fact that Obama aligned with the Cuban president to basically steal the elections. There were multiple things going on with Cuba and Obama. And I always kind of trot back to the fact that in 2014, and I think I've said this on the air before too, 2014, much to most people's knowledge, they don't know this, but a huge shipment of Stinger missiles somehow accidentally got shipped to Cuba. Accidentally.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, accidentally. At the very end of the Obama administration. So basically, the 2014, you're past your 2-year hump he was into his 6th year, and it was at the end of 2014. So basically, he's ending his 6th year in the presidency. He's only got 1 year left. And he's got to put all these pieces into play so he can have this shadow government when he leaves office. And we saw the Iranian payment in the 7th year. We saw a Stinger, oh my God, a massive shipment of Stinger missiles accidentally show up in Cuba. And by the way, they were never given back. So, why, how could that not be a huge deal? Stinger missiles are no joke. And Florida is right. We are 90 miles from Cuba.
90 miles from Miami.
Yep. Yep. So again, like I said, I think there's reason Trump is strangling Cuba, and he's going to basically make the president of Cuba completely capitulate and most likely turn state's evidence against Barack Obama. So he did the same thing with Venezuela. He freaking went in and took the leader.
His wife.
Well, I think it's interesting because everybody said, "Oh, poor Venezuela." Venezuela's doing great, by the way. They're doing really well. They're making a lot of money off their oil exports with us. They are doing really well. Their people are starting to migrate back. They're doing really well. We don't hear about that in the news. They don't want you knowing that Venezuela is doing good. And unfortunately, the only bad thing about it was that all their gangs jumped ship. And they've got some seriously bad gangs down there. Really, really nasty pieces of work.
Yeah, but aren't they taking their money?
Well, there's those gangs are all floated by cartels. That's the thing. Unless you kill the cartel, they're gonna still have money flow. They just have to relocate.
They absconded that. Their money has been put into our debt bank. They lost it.
They've got. Let me tell you, that's the other interesting thing too. Is the cartels? They're still trying to plug all those banking leaks and clean that up on the financial end, because the only way to stop the cartels is to stop the money. And actually, that's the only way to stop any of this. And I keep saying that. You want to get rid of the deep state.
Yes.
You guys,
that is
people want to get rid of the crap. And, the fact that we are literally, in fact, I posted something, Vicky, you saw it, about the 6G and the new concrete that's been invented that literally absorbs energy.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's great. So now they're going to make us pay for products that we're powering with our own body's energy. That's great. That's awesome. Wow. That's not unethical or anything. I mean, come on. And people are just so stupid. They go with it. Like, isn't that cool? Look, I'm powering my cell phone. It's like, yeah, and you're paying to power your cell phone. Isn't that cool? Not really. Idiots. I mean, it's just crazy. Crazy.
Welcome to the Matrix.
They thought they thought that the pallets, were cash, because that's what the deep state does. They do it all in cash. It's unmarked. There's no way to trace it, but with a new system, there will be a way to trace it.
And that's the other interesting thing that, I saw something yesterday about Trump coming out with the $100 gold back that wouldn't be considered treasury currency, but it would allow the American people to choose between the fiat dollar and the gold back, which I thought that will crush the Fed. That will absolutely destroy the Fed. It'll maintain the banks. The banks will be okay, but the Fed will be destroyed.
But it's worth nothing. Wow. It says it has no value. Those things have no value. It says in the small print. So why would anybody pick the fiat?
Well, because people are stupid. But with that, I got to take us out to our last break of the evening. Folks, we'll return in just a few moments with the last segment of the Vixen's Vault. Hang in there.
All right, we're on radio break.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're gonna, if you said there were rumors are the two ships over there and Hormuz with gold on it.
It's open. Oh no, it's closed.
It's closed. Yep.
Maybe they're going to back everything by gold standard again.
That's what they want.
Yeah,
that's what we've. That's what. Okay, being very honest. Vicky will tell you this too. This has been what we were promised the whole time.
Yep.
This is one of the things Q was very adamant about, was going back to the gold standard, because it will restore the republic.
Yeah,
if you go back to the gold standard, it will restore a republic. So it was. It's something that, again, when I saw that about it, the Straits of Hormuz, there were cargo ships out there with our gold on it. I thought, oh crap, does that make sense?
Now that BRICS.
Oh wow.
getting back to Trump being over in China, do you think that they're trying to take and use the silver to back the Brexit?
Yep, I absolutely do.
But
they're talking.
the problem
five-
with that is, electronics absolutely
It's
needs silver.
silver.
Has to have
That's
silver.
for China. We have a lot of silver because of Venezuela, because
but
their silver belongs to
But
us
China has so much more silver than anywhere else.
They have the biggest. Well, actually, North Korea, believe it or not, North Korea is number one. Now, what I find interesting is that you could actually. That's the only reason I hate the quantum financial system. I really don't trust it, but that's the way around it. If you do the quantum system backed by gold, silver, that is a way around it.
Yep. And platinum, gold, silver, and platinum.
Yes. Yep.
The other way they could do it too.
Oil or diamonds.
The other way they could do it too is to divest De Beers and put it all in diamonds.
Well, and that's true. It's whatever the country has, whatever their asset is, that is what their money will be backed by, whether it's diamonds, oil, gold, silver, platinum. I don't know whether lithium, those rare earth things, that probably might be something too.
Lithium.
We also know that China has like the largest deposit of mercury.
Yes.
So.
Yes, they do.
And you can't have electric anything without mercury. Even lithium, even when you use lithium batteries, I'm sure that there's a certain amount of mercury that goes into it.
And there's silver.
I don't know. I've never looked at that.
Silver is the one
like
the electric cars. You have to have to make those
And
lithium
solar
batteries
panels
work
also.
on.
Yeah.
Silver. You have to have silver.
You have to have
And
silver.
solar panels. Yeah.
Yep.
Because otherwise they burn up.
But here's the other thing, guys. I've always been a firm believer that in order to control the pricing, they have lied about how much deposit of some of these assets actually exists. I really think they've done that to suppress the price. I mean, they keep silver cheap. Why did they keep silver cheap? Because they were buying it up for industry, but they were also hoarding in a big way.
Banks are hoarding.
Oh God, it's horrible.
I mean,
it's really so corrupt.
I mean, the way the market is done for silver, there's more silver on paper than there is in the ground.
Correct.
So
that's a problem.
what they need to do is rebalance that because, but anyways, we're under 30 seconds. Get with Jack on that one. Jack will tell you the whole story about silver and that. So, yeah.
I think the silver is 400 to 1 on paper.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we also have a lot more silver than they're letting on to.
Yeah.
About that.
And here's your countdown.
I mean, real silver.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
And we're back, 10:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, May the 13th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the show. Once again, a quick fire. I almost feel like it's like minute dating sometimes on break because we are just quick firing. I mean, 1,000 different things go past, and we're talking about
it's open again.
Subjects.
Nope, now it's closed.
Yep. Now it's closed. I mean, literally, it is the fastest 5 minutes on the planet when we're on break because we are just 1,001 brainstorms are happening. But we were talking about what if, the what if the reason that the whole debacle with the Straits is occurring is because the carriers out there carrying our gold. And that would be needed if Trump is going to do a gold back bill that is not under the Fed, those ships would be necessary to get them back here to restock the gold at Fort Knox that apparently we had audited by Doge. We never heard the results.
So he found he found Solomon's mines and starting digging some more out, and which actually led to a tunnel all the way over into India into those lock chambers that they can't get into. that they refuse to open up right now because of the Nagas, right?
Well,
Well,
there you
all
go.
that gold
There you
that came from the Vatican.
I was just going to say,
Fort
more
Knox.
realistically,
Yeah, we have more than it's just maybe not in that one spot. We have other places that we're storing it.
yep. Well, and you
It's not
guys
like-
forget too, during Trump
all the-
1,
Mhm.
there was a massive Civil War cache of gold that was recovered in Pennsylvania
Yeah.
under Trump 1. And it was
FBI.
found, and then it literally,
The
it was
FBI
gone.
stole it.
Yep, the FBI
FBI
came in and
stole
took
it.
it all. Yep,
Mhm.
that's what happened. But that was a huge cache. And it was only one. There's said to be multiple caches
Yeah,
from the Civil
multiple.
War. Yep, all over the country, including the Grand Canyon.
And
So-
plus the Vatican gold
Oh, God, the
Which was
Vatican
brought-
gold.
over here.
Yep. Yep.
So,
God, and again, nobody listened to me with the whole when the new pope got elected. Everybody's like, "Look, he's a conservative." I'm like, "Are you high? Did you get stoned behind the school before you actually read about? Look at his history. Conservative, but he's nowhere close to conservative. And even if he was, I still wouldn't trust him. Why? Because that's just an identity thing. People, you know what? I can tell you a million people who call themselves conservative who are nowhere close to conservative. And a million people who call themselves liberals who have no idea what an actual liberal is. I mean, so literally, I'm kind of, it's funny, I'm kind of getting tired of hearing the little labels of conservative and liberal because I don't even know if either actually exists. We're people, and politicians are politicians. And that's kind of how I've been looking at things maybe the last decade, where I don't really look at the political leanings. I'm looking at, are you a politician or not? And maybe I did that in preparation because I know, said and done, probably about 95 to 98% of politicians are going to be in deep crap. I mean,
Yeah.
just, it's not going to be good for them.
have something
And-
on them.
Oh, whether or not
Every
it's
single
criminal,
one of them.
it's ridiculous. And the fact that they're that corrupt. But again, we've known this for decades. I mean, it's not like the voting masses were not aware of the fact that there was a slush fund for Congress for sexual harassment. I mean, like literally tens of millions of dollars in a slush fund to pay off people who accuse members of Congress of sexual harassment.
And that got quiet. It was a hot topic a few years ago, and then they shut it down. The media shut it down.
Yeah, Biden came into office. The sniffer liquor dude. Jeepers creepers.
Yeah, Jeepers Creepers is right.
Oh my God! I can't even.
Pitiful.
I can't even think about how future generations are going to read the biographies of some of these individuals. Literally. Think about that. How is Joe Biden going to be taught 50 years from now? The sniffer liquor president. Because he couldn't control himself from sniffing and licking children. Children! Ah!
That was deplorable. That was your deplorable right there.
Yep.
Oh my
Karen.
God. I mean, at least Bill Clinton liked mature women. He had an eye for the ladies. I got to give it to Bill. He definitely liked mature women. Do I think Bill Clinton was a pedophile? No, I do not. I honestly do not think he was. Whether or not he was out at the island doesn't matter to me. I don't think Bill Clinton had pedophilic predilections. Hillary, on the other hand,
Yeah, that is sad. Oh.
I have a very different opinion of Hillary. But Bill, I don't think so. It's like, that would be like accusing Donald Trump of pedophilia. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
He likes beautiful women. He likes intelligent women. I don't think Bill actually did the intelligence scale. I don't think he cared. But he liked pretty women. But he liked women. That's the key word. Women over the age of 18, at least. I mean, Monica Lewinsky was in her early 20s, but come on. That's
21.
I was going to say, most red-blooded men look at a 21-year-old and go, dang. They do. Because they're firm, they're young, they're full of life, they're beautiful, and they haven't had a kid yet. Oh, God. So and that has nothing to do, by the way, because usually, in my personal opinion, I think women reach their beauty peak in their 30s. I think when they're younger like that, they still kind of have that. Yeah, they have that pudginess still to their skin and their face.
The baby
when they
fat,
get, yep. After 28 and into the 30s, they start chiseling out, and their features become very refined. I really think women are at their most attractive in their 30s. Really, really think that.
I agree too.
Yep, and it could be a combination of, your aging, but also your maturity levels, your intelligence changes. And I think that can actually change how you walk, how you talk. It changes so many things about a female. So, yeah, I never understood why guys are attracted to them when they're young like that, because they're really, they need to age a bit more. They got to refine a little bit.
But they can have children, and at that age, I mean, so, and that was necessary for the species, because a lot of times they didn't make it to 30.
Mm-hmm. And that is the truth. It's something that's kind of pre-programmed in a male genetically.
It is.
And actually, it's something why I never brought with Ralphie, because, oh God, Ralphie does have an eye. He's Puerto Rican. But I mean, I always said, oh, you can look all you want. You order off that menu and I will freaking destroy you. You understand that? Are we good? Clear? Good. Okay. And if you wreck the car because your neck is craned to look, yep, I'm going to kick your ass all the way to the hospital. That's how that's going to work. Okay. But it's, to me, to do anything else, you're making the man lie to you. And I don't like that. I mean, let them be who they are.
Should be able to control themselves by that time. I mean, there's, men learn self-control.
Well, but there's self-control, but their eyes are still going to wander, is what I'm saying. I'd rather have him do it, be wandering in front of me, and half the time I'll look at him and say, you know what, she really is beautiful, you're right. Jeez, I don't blame you. I mean, because I don't know, maybe I'm not one of those women that bothers me. I think an emotional connection would infuriate me beyond the pale. But a physical, for them to look, that's totally natural for them. It's almost unnatural for them not to.
Right.
And God help me, I don't. Like I said, I always said to Robbie, just, I'd rather have you do it right in front of me. Again, just don't be such an idiot about it that it's embarrassing. Yeah. But, I mean, I get it.
After all.
Yeah, I get it. But don't lie to me about it. That's the thing. Don't say, oh, I wasn't looking, when you're obviously glued.
Gawking. He's gawking.
Gawking. Yeah, literally. But some of these girls, oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even
we're not talking about the Comic-Con, are we?
Oh God, that was funny at Comic-Con. No, dude, I live in Florida. Okay, it's Comic-Con every day in the summer down here.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, literally.
Florida is target-rich place for beautiful young girls in the beach and on vacation. Yeah.
No, they go to the mall like that. They don't care. And it's Florida. But, I mean, like I said, the problem with Florida is, of course, the balance sheet when it comes to that, because it's not just the 18-year-olds and 16-year-olds and 22-year-olds that do that. It's the 60, 70, and 80-year-olds doing it, too.
Oh,
so it's a matter of Dave knows. Dave's laughing.
Poor Dave. Right. Poor Dave.
He knows I'm right.
Oh God! Yeah, I drive through campus every once in a while, and almost get into car wrecks because they're just the way they dress.
Well, it's so funny because I always say to people, so if you want to see the youth of Florida, you go to the beach or to one of our college campuses.
Yep.
If you want to see the other extreme, you go to the villages.
Yeah.
Okay? Because
that's right.
It is the opposite extreme, and it's a whole damn town of elderly people that don't understand that they're elderly. That has been
150,000 of them. 150,000 of them.
150,000 swingers, and oh my God, they're wild. The villages are so wild. But they actually have like a golf cart system. Am I lying, Dave?
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, they got golf carts.
Yep, they got their golf carts, and they put like their little like scrubbies. shower scrubbies. Like if they're looking for a girl, they hang a pink one. It's the craziest thing. And it's very out there. It's not like, they hide it. Certainly do not. But, yep, that's the opposite extreme in Florida. It's that, you're not.
I learned something new today.
Yep. But it's kind of like our nudist camps down here because we have quite a few of them. And I live not even 15 minutes from one. It's called Caliente, and it's been here for about 50, 60 years. And it is basically a little city of nudists. And I had a really good friend who she worked for Coca-Cola, and she did sales, and she got us her first week on the job. She gets assigned to Caliente, and she was from Boston, Massachusetts. And I'll never forget, she called me and she goes, Nance, you've lived in Florida for how long? And I'm like, 70s. Have you ever heard of this place called Caliente or Caliente? Or I'm like, Caliente? And she goes, yeah. And I was like, okay, why are you asking? Oh, because I got to go over there and check on their account. I guess I'm their new account rep. I was like, oh, you do? And she was like, yeah, should I know anything about it? I mean, I'm here. Guys are all laughing at me. I don't understand why. And I'm like, wear sunglasses. That's
wear sunglasses.
And look straight ahead while you're driving. And if you come to a sidewalk crossing, close your eyes. Stop the car and close your eyes. And I'll never forget it because on her way out of there, she called me. She's like, I am quitting this job. I am never going there again. Oh, my God. Nobody ever told me men drop too. Oh, my God. I think I'm going to throw up. I mean, it was the funniest conversation in history. She just was horrified because they have no clothes on, Nancy. I was like, yeah, I know. It's called Caliente for a reason. Hot. And she goes, but Nancy, they're not wearing any clothes, Nancy. There's no bathing suits. There's no nothing. I was like, yes, I realize that. And they're not attractive, Nancy. Oh, yep, I've heard that too. Never been there, but I've heard it. It's
well, but they do that in the nude beaches in Europe. I mean, they all walk around. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're totally nonchalant about it. It's crazy.
Well, that's the funniest thing, too, because they are so different from, like, Americans are
prudes.
We're prudes in some ways, but we're wild in others. It's like we are really a hedonistic culture in a lot of ways, but prudish about it. It's the craziest thing.
Yeah, I've always our Puritan roots,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a lot of it.
It's true though.
Yeah.
I mean, think about some of just even back in the 70s and the 80s, how risque some of our advertising was as compared to Europe. Where in Europe, I mean, like literally they walk naked on their beaches all the damn time. They have sex wherever they want pretty much. I mean, it's not.
They laugh at us for that.
They do. They do.
Shocked. Yeah.
Yep. It's crazy, but it's true. It's true. But again,
they just have a different attitude. I'm not sure what that attitude is, but it's just different.
It is different. And the British are like the strangest about it. That's funny.
It's really cultural. But
yep.
I lived in Greece for a year. And the Greeks were, kind of cool. But when the Germans came down, oh, my God. They didn't know how to deal with that warmth, I guess. So everything came off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just think of this as an image. Klaus Schwab nude.
Oh, no, I need to bleach my brain. Stop. But, again, my point is that there are patterns to people. And like I said, with Bill Clinton, he doesn't fit a pedophilic pattern. He really does not. He's a good old boy. I think definitely an 18-year-old wouldn't be outside his bounds, but I think anything younger than that, he didn't need to go there. He had his pick of absolutely beautiful, intelligent women. He was a good-looking man. Donald Trump didn't need to go that route. I think the men that go that route are the men who really can't catch an intelligent, good-looking woman in their age range, because they can't control them, A. B, they can't manipulate them like they can the young ones. So, like I said, is it a mental illness? Yeah, it is. But do I think Bill Clinton participated in that? No. I think he had some weird things with him, but I don't think he was a pedophile. I do think Hillary likely was.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep.
Sad
Yep.
and sick.
And
We're
Mike
not going to
Pence is
talk
another
about
one.
Obama. Oh yeah,
I was going to say, Mike Pence is another one. I mean, like I said, this is a whole.
That was
this is a
shocking to me.
This is not partisan. This is like it's indicative. I mean, it's crazy, and it's very well embedded, and it is not just the political elite. It's the Hollywood elite. It's the corporate elite. I mean, it's everywhere, and it's not just here. It's everywhere in the world.
Churches.
Oh God, the churches.
Churches. I mean, it's the last place it should be. But I mean, and Protestant as well as Catholic. I mean, and Mormon. I mean,
yep,
yeah. Oh,
it's the greatest place to hide, though. I've always said that the church and the field of psychiatry, psychology, best places to hide. I mean, literally, you're there supposed to be guiding the flocks. Basically advising the flock, psychologically caring for the flock. You're in such a position of trust and power. It's the perfect hiding spot.
And law enforcement, I hate to say.
Yep.
Yeah.
In fact, I posted a stat about that the other day. They had, I guess, I think it was Pennsylvania or New York, had done this thing a couple of years ago where they did this internal thing where they were going after trafficking networks and sexual harassment. And it was actually I believe it was West Virginia's entire state trooper division had to resign because they all got caught. Every single officer got caught.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh my God. I mean, at least firefighters, they're definitely, the firefighters they're an interesting group. I know, I've hung out with many of them. They hate anybody who goes after kids. I will tell you that. That's something that is deeply rooted in their culture. They party like animals, but there's a limit with them. But they also kind of wear what they are. You know, where cops hide what they are. Firefighters don't care. They know people know they party. They don't care. As long as they're sober on the job, they do their job and they do it well and responsibly. That's what matters. Unfortunately, with cops, it kind of, a lot of times it goes over the line. And firefighters will out one of their own. I mean, I know we had some arrests here in Tampa. A fire chief got arrested. I think it was child porn and something else. And it was actually one of the firehouses that turned him in.
Yeah.
So they are
not the cops. Yeah.
They are definitely a Lobo organization where they are, they support each other and they're there for brothers for life. But you do something like that and they're like, bye, see ya. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. So I have a deep respect for that. But that being said, again, I think Obama's connection into that, I don't know if it was, I think, there was probably some pedophilia with him, but I think it was more the money laundering. Because I know Epstein was center focus with a lot of laundering. And Obama was laundering money left and right. I mean, Biden. To the tune, to the tune of billions and billions. Biden laundered it in Ukraine.
Right.
That's already been fully tracked. I mean, in fact, I said to somebody, don't be surprised if you see Zelensky get arrested. Do not be surprised. It's coming.
What was Zelensky beforehand,
Yep. Oh, not only that, he was put there by our State Department under who? Barack Hussein Obama.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like I said, the circle is closing in on them. And people, the general population, because of their hatred for Donald Trump, this is the most hysterical thing about it, are now waking up to what the Anons have been trying to tell them for a decade. Literally, the ones we couldn't shake awake with the truth and the ones that would not accept the information because it's theoretical until it's proven are now shaking awake because they think Donald Trump did it, or Donald
I
Trump
know.
is hiding it. It's hysterical.
It's sad.
No, but you know what? Now I understand why we kept being told it has to be this way.
Right.
Now I understand it, because it's frustrating as an anon to see Trump get hit so hard so many times when the man has already taken so many hits over the last decade.
And you can't blame him for shoving back. I mean, only he could put up with that, because it's
Because
pretty
he
awful.
knows, I think because he knows the end outcome.
Right.
That's why he's putting up with it. That's why he's dealing with it, because he knows it's drawing all the flies to the honey. Yep. In fact, even like Anthony Fauci, that was the other thing I wanted to hit, that Anthony Fauci's statute of limitations expired this week. And I saw more conservatives freaking out over that date and freaking out that Fauci wasn't charged. And I'm like, listen, guys, I don't know why you have to be told this, but there is no statute of limitation for crimes against humanity.
Yes.
It's that simple. I mean, it could be 20 years from now and that man could be executed by a firing squad, because there is no statute of limitations for a crime like that. Okay. And that's not just a US based crime. When Fauci goes down, it's not just going to be the United States going after him.
Right.
Okay. That's a world court thing.
I think Putin said he wanted a piece of them too.
Yep. It will be a world court thing. It's going to be.
Should be.
Yeah, he's in big trouble when they get him. But again, you already see him almost desperately jumping on the hantavirus bandwagon. He did some kind of a press release yesterday about, it's time to mask up, people. And I was like, oh, keep going. Please add to the evidence.
Deborah Burks
too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bring out the mask.
Yep. Keep going. Just keep giving us the evidence, because the more you give us, the happier we are at the end of the day. So keep going, you morons. They just can't help themselves. They can't. All right. With that, though, I got to start closing the show down. I'm going to give everybody their moment, even though I've got pretty much nobody here. Guys, take your time telling everybody who you are. I'm going to start with you, Vicki. Let everybody know who you are, where you're at.
I'm Victoria Vass. I'm on Telegram on a channel which is For Such a Time as This, and on X at Booklander.
Booklander.
62. Yes.
I was going to say, she sounds so sweet right now. You would never know. There's like an incredible She-Hulk buried in there somewhere.
And
you do. You
know
sound so
exactly
cute.
how to reveal my She-Hulkness.
Actually, I try not to trigger the She-Hulk, but it was hard with Roger, because Roger gets in some really darn good topics, and I'm like, okay, I got to jump in. I'm sorry, Vicki. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm jumping in. Just because I disagree does not mean I don't love you.
The Bible and God and Jesus. Yeah.
It has led to some epic conversations, though. Epic conversations. And as I always tell Vicki, I absolutely love and respect her for standing her ground. That's what I look for in people. I don't care what you believe. I've just said it before. I don't care if you worship a roach. If you are if you are solid in your convictions, that's what I care about. Do you really believe? Does it make you a good person? Yep, that's what I'm looking at. Except for maybe Satan worshipers. That's okay. That's a little bit of a different story. But they're so duplicitous, you never understand what the hell they stand for anyway.
Well,
but
we have big problems in the world with the evil. So,
yeah,
the ones that love Jesus have to stand up.
Well, there's even different types of, like Luciferians and Satanists, but that's a whole different show because, like I said, there's the deep state, thousands and thousands of years of evil. And then there is the New Age, which they're more like a science logic. It's not even really about good and evil for them, which is very interesting. But David Campione, before we run out of time, tell everybody where we can find you, my love.
You can find me, David Champ, CHAMP, on Facebook, and I got some decent photos up there of wildlife,
Beautiful,
and also
beautiful pictures.
Oh, thank you. and UFO spacecraft identification manual under my name, David Campione, on Amazon.com, and also David Campione on Fine Art America, and more photographs. Retail only on the Fine Art America. Rafi's trying to get in.
Oh
no,
Oh.
I'm fine.
Oh, there he
I'm
is.
fine.
Hi, babe. All
Hi,
right, and with that, guys, and by the way, with folks that are listening, with Dave's UFO manual, I advise you get a copy of that and compare it to the releases, because I was actually starting to do that a little bit, because it's very interesting, Dave, because some of the stuff that's in your manual you can see in the releases. So
yeah.
very, very cool. So again, my suggestion for the listeners is if you're curious about that, get a copy of Dave's book, because it's kind of almost like a must-have right now. And as always, I am your hostess. In fact, Rafi, do you want to just jump in and tell everybody who you are? And the fact that you missed the show?
Yeah, I'm on the job right now, so you can find me at X_ice_1811.
All right, guys. And again, I'm the Wiccan Vixen. You can find me at Telegram under Wiccan Vixen. You can find me on Facebook as Nancy Planetta, and on X as Rider on the Storm. With that, I'm out of here. We'll see you again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel for the Vixen's Vault. Have a great evening, folks.
Good show.
Good night.
Great show.
Good night.
Had a lot of fun. Sorry, I cut in. I was on fire tonight. Open, closed, closed, open.
No, but again, I wish Ralphie had been here, because
I wished he would have been the one
talked to him.
doing that. That would have been fun.
Open and close.
Yeah.
We were talking about the.
Why does
the
it have
sense
to
of
be
harmony.
straight? That's what. That's what.
It's not
that's what,
straight.
Yeah, that's why. What John and those guys do one Sunday. Why does it have to be called straight? Why
It's
can't it
not
be called the
straight in any way,
gays of
shape, or form.
Hormuz? Like, no,
But-
straight. Wow.
We were
Open, closed.
Funny.
We were talking, Ralphie, that Trump announced earlier in the week that he was going to be starting the rollout in the next couple months of a gold-backed currency that is not regulated by the Treasury or by the Fed.
Wow.
And we thought it was very interesting, because I think I've told you that I'd heard rumors that the reasons what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz is happening.
It's
is because
open.
we have several.
Nope, it's
We have
closed.
several cargo ships in there that are carrying our gold that disappeared. So it's coming back. And I would say that those ships are probably out if Trump made that announcement. So again, and then he announced he was going to, they were going to walk through Fort Knox, physically go and make sure everything's there. And to me, that says, yep, they're going to put the gold back, and then say, look, the gold is there. So
All right.
very interesting.
We are going to host out when we finish here to the Great Conspiracy. He's been relaying us and restreaming us since we've been on from the very beginning tonight. Appreciate you so much for doing that.
Thank you, Great Conspiracy.
And we're going to host him out here in a little bit. But that's when we get cut off. And it's been a great night. Thanks, everybody.
Yep, I'm out. I love you guys.
All
I'll
right.
see you next week.
All right.
Okay. All right,
guys.
take care. Be safe.
And with that, good night,
All right.
folks.
Good night, Mark.
I'm going to
Good night.
take and set us up for that that restream. Not restream, but that host over. So appreciate each and every one of you. Hope you all go over and give Great Conspiracy some help and hand over there as well. Thanks all, and let me get this. It won't come up. No, it will. There we go. And good night, folks.
All right, good night, Mark.
I will get music up later on.